The taste of metal and failure filled his mouth. Aiden's breath came in ragged, useless gasps. A thick rebar, twisted like a demonic spear, pinned him through the chest to the cracked concrete floor. Above him, the sky wasn't sky anymore. It was a horrifying tear in reality, a cascade of corrupted green and black code raining down like acid. The last remnants of the anchor, his fortress, his life's work, were just smoking ruins around him. His system interface, once a pristine blue HUD in the corner of his vision, was a spider web of cracks. HP 158,450. Status: fatal data corruption, catastrophic bleeding, system integrity failure. Warning: deletion protocol imminent. It was a joke. All of it. All the preparation, the knowledge, the power. Wasted. A shadow fell over him. Polished white shoes, immaculate despite the surrounding destruction, stepped into his fading view. They belonged to a man in a perfectly tailored white suit, not a single speck of dust on him. Silas Kane. His nemesis, the bastard who worshipped the end of the world. Silas knelt, his face a mask of serene, condescending pity. His eyes, which flickered with the unsettling colors of a corrupted graphics card, stared down at Aiden. "Look at you, Aiden." Silas's voice was smooth, charismatic, the voice of a cult leader who had just proven his god was real. "The great architect. The man who tried to patch a universe that was scheduled for deletion. You tried to build a dam against a tsunami of pure logic. How did that work out for you?" Aiden tried to spit, but only a gurgle of blood came out. Hatred, so pure and potent it was the only thing keeping his last flicker of consciousness alive, burned in his chest. "You traitor." Silas actually chuckled. "Traitor? No. I'm an evolutionist. You were clinging to a failed beta test. I am embracing the final release. The unraveling is beautiful, isn't it? The true form of reality." He gestured to the screaming vortex in the sky. "You should thank me. I'm just helping the universe achieve its final, perfect state. Nothingness." He smiled, a wide, perfect, soulless smile. It was the last thing Aiden saw as his HP hit 0 and the world dissolved into an error message. User data package. Aiden Reed. Deleted. A gasp. Not a dying one, but a sharp, sudden intake of air. Aiden shot upright, his heart hammering against his ribs like a trapped bird. His hands flew to his chest, expecting the tearing pain of rebar, the stickiness of blood. He felt nothing. Just the smooth, cool fabric of a silk pajama top and the steady, powerful beat of a healthy heart. What the hell? He blinked, his eyes adjusting. He wasn't in the rubble of the anchor. He was in a bed. A ridiculously large, comfortable bed with sheets that probably cost more than a car. Sunlight streamed through floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating a room that screamed money. A penthouse. His penthouse. The view was a sprawling panorama of a living, breathing city. Skyscrapers gleamed. Traffic flowed like blood cells through arteries of asphalt, and the distant hum of millions of lives was a constant, steady thrum. It was vibrant. It was whole. It was wrong. This can't be real. This must be some kind of sick, post-death hallucination. A memory cache replay before the final wipe. But the feeling, it was too solid. The weight of the blanket on his legs, the cool air from the climate control on his skin, the faint scent of coffee from a machine he hadn't used in a decade. His eyes darted to the nightstand. A sleek, black smartphone lay there. With a trembling hand, he reached for it. His fingers felt clumsy, but they worked. The screen lit up with his touch. October 14th, 2:24. Aiden's blood ran cold. 10 years. He was 10 years in the past. 10 years before the glitches. 10 years before the deletion event tore the world apart. 10 years before Silas Kane smiled over his dead body. It wasn't a dream. It wasn't a hallucination. He was back. He stumbled out of bed, his legs unsteady, and walked to the vast window. He pressed his forehead against the cool glass, staring down at the bustling metropolis below. It all looked so perfect, so real. But to him, it was a lie. A beautiful, intricate, fragile lie. He could feel it now. A sensation he never had before, not even in his first life until it was too late. It was a subtle wrongness, like watching a 4K video with a single dropped frame every minute. A tiny, almost imperceptible input lag between thought and reality. The world around him wasn't stone and steel and flesh. It was data, an impossibly complex simulation, and he, somehow, had been rebooted to an earlier save state. His rebirth had changed him. He was no longer just a user. He was an anomaly. He could feel the seams of the simulation. A wave of vertigo washed over him, followed by a surge of adrenaline so powerful it felt like lightning in his veins. The regret, the failure, the burning hatred for Silas. It all came rushing back. Not as a dying memory, but as a white-hot mission statement. He wouldn't let it happen again. Not this time. This time, he wasn't just a man who got lucky with some future knowledge. He was a man who had seen the end, who knew the cheat codes, who could feel the system stutter. This time, he would be the one in control. Without a second of hesitation, he strode back from the window, his movements no longer clumsy, but filled with a terrifying cold purpose. He snatched the phone and his laptop. There was no time for shock, no time for questions. There was only time for action. He sat down at the glass desk overlooking the city, the laptop humming to life. In his previous life, he was a tech mogul, a successful investor who had built a fortune. But that fortune was nothing compared to what he was about to do. He didn't just know the market trends, he knew the exact dates, the exact companies, the exact moments of catastrophic failure and explosive growth. His fingers flew across the keyboard, a blur of motion. He liquidated his blue-chip stocks, his real estate holdings, anything that was stable and slow-growing. A torrent of capital flooded into his primary account. $50 million. A respectable fortune for a man his age. It was about to become a weapon. He poured it all into obscure cryptocurrencies that he knew would explode in value by 1,000-fold in the next 3 weeks. He used complex derivative instruments to short sell companies that were currently market darlings, but were weeks away from having their fraudulent accounting exposed. Every keystroke was a billion-dollar decision, made with the absolute certainty of a god playing with mortals. Hours passed. The sun climbed higher in the sky. Aiden didn't eat, didn't drink. He was a machine, his mind a perfect supercomputer processing a decade of future data. The numbers on his screen climbed at a sickening rate. 50 million became 200 million. 200 million became 500 million. By noon, as he leveraged his gains into a high-risk, high-reward international currency trade he knew would pay off due to an unforeseen political event, he crossed the $1 billion mark. And he was just getting started. As his programs executed another flawless series of trades, his phone buzzed. The caller ID flashed a name that made a cruel smile twist his lips. Marcus Thorne. Oh, this was perfect. Marcus Thorne. A pompous, trust fund jackass from a rival investment firm. In his past life, Marcus had publicly humiliated him at a conference, calling him a one-hit wonder whose success was a fluke. Aiden remembered the smug look on his face, the laughter from the crowd. He leaned back in his chair, a predator watching its prey wander into a trap, and answered the call, putting it on speaker. Aiden Reed speaking. Reed! I'm surprised you even have time to pick up the phone. Marcus's voice oozed arrogance. Heard you just liquidated your entire portfolio. Getting scared of the big leagues? Decided to cash out and retire to a beach somewhere? Aiden chuckled, a low, dangerous sound. Hello, Marcus. Funny you should call. I was just thinking about you. Oh, were you? Admiring my firm's recent acquisition of Omnicorp, I assume. We're about to corner the market. You should have stayed in, Reed. You might have learned something. Aiden stared out at the city, the tiny cars below looking like ants. He took a slow, deliberate sip of water. The face-slapping had to be savored. Omnicorp, you say? That's a bold move, Marcus. A very bold move. You must have a lot of faith in their South American logistics division. There was a slight pause on the other end. Of course we do. Their numbers are solid. Are they? Aiden said, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. You know, it's a funny thing about data. Marcus, sometimes what's on the server in the head office isn't what's on the server, say, in their Sao Paulo warehouse, especially when the local manager has been cooking the books for 6 months and is about to board a non-extradition flight to the Cayman Islands in, about 3 hours. Silence. Complete and utter silence. Aiden could almost hear the gears grinding in Marcus's brain, the seed of doubt blooming into a flower of pure panic. What? What the hell are you talking about, Reed? That's insane! Slander! Marcus's voice was a little higher now, the arrogance replaced by a tremor of fear. Is it? Aiden swiveled his chair to face his screen, where a news feed was open. He knew the story wouldn't break for another 2 hours. By then, it would be too late for Marcus. Tell you what, do yourself a favor. Don't call your contact at Omnicorp. Call the SEC. Ask them about an anonymous tip they received this morning. Something about wire fraud and a shell corporation named Braz Logistics. See what they say. He could hear frantic typing on the other end. A choked gasp. How could you possibly know that? Marcus whispered, his voice stripped of all its earlier bravado. He sounded like a child who had just seen a monster. Let's just say I have a better perspective on the market than you do, Aiden said, the cold smile returning to his face. You and your daddy's firm are about to lose everything on this bold move. Your stock is going to be worth less than toilet paper by the end of the day. You're going to be the laughingstock of Wall Street. No, I can sell. Go ahead and try, Aiden taunted. Join the panic. Drive the price down faster. You built your entire reputation on this one deal, didn't you, you arrogant prick? It's all gone. He didn't wait for a reply. He simply ended the call, the silence in the penthouse suddenly feeling incredibly loud and satisfying. This was more than just money. This was about settling scores. This was about reclaiming the power that was stolen from him. This was just a small, petty appetizer for the vengeance he planned to serve Silas Kane. He turned back to the window. The city was still there, oblivious. But for Aiden, it was no longer just a view. It was a checklist. The mountain range in the distance. That's where he'd build the anchor, bigger, better, and 100 times more fortified. The universities and tech labs. That's where he'd find Dr. Evelyn Reed and the minds he needed to build his reality anchor array. The military bases. That's where he'd find Jax and the soldiers who would form the backbone of his new world. The world was a ticking clock, counting down to 0. But this time, he wasn't a player. He was the one who had read the game guide from start to finish. He was the anomalous data, the glitch in their system. And he was about to write a whole new script. Within a week, the name Anchor Holdings existed. On paper, it was a Delaware-based shell corporation with an opaque ownership structure and an absurdly overfunded bank account. It had no products, no services, and no history. To the world of finance, it was a ghost, a tool for some billionaire to hide assets. To Aiden, it was the beginning of salvation. He sat in a glass-walled conference room on the 80th floor of a Manhattan skyscraper. Across the polished mahogany table sat 3 of the most ruthless corporate lawyers in New York, men who billed at $2,000 an hour and whose smiles were as sharp as broken glass. They were looking at him with a mixture of professional deference and utter bewilderment. "So, let me be perfectly clear, Mr. Reed," said the senior partner, a man named Sterling. "You want Anchor Holdings to purchase this." He gestured to a digital map on the massive screen behind him. It showed a 50,000-acre tract of desolate, jagged land in the most inaccessible part of the Colorado Rocky Mountains. It was mostly vertical rock faces and wind-blasted plateaus. The land was, for all intents and purposes, worthless. The deed includes an abandoned Cold War-era continuity of government facility, specifically a Titan Y ICBM launch complex. Sterling continued, reading from his notes. "It was decommissioned in 1965. According to our preliminary survey, the silos are flooded and the structural integrity is questionable. The government is practically giving it away for the cost of the environmental cleanup liability." "That's the one," Aiden said, leaning back in his chair. He exuded a calm that made the high-powered lawyers uneasy. It wasn't the arrogance of new money, it was the certainty of a man who knew the future. "I want you to buy it, and I want you to use the holding company to hire the top 5 geological and structural engineering firms in the country. Offer them triple their standard rate. Their task is to drain, reinforce, and expand the underground complex. The non-disclosure agreements they sign will have so many teeth, they'll bite." One of the junior lawyers coughed. "Mr. Reed, with all due respect, the cost of such an undertaking, you'd be spending billions to build. Well, we're not sure what you're building. For that kind of money, you could buy a private island with a working volcano." Aiden's eyes met his, and for a second, the junior lawyer felt a primal chill, as if he were being judged by something ancient and unforgiving. "I don't want a volcano," Aiden said, his voice flat. "I want a bunker that can survive the end of the world. Pay them whatever they ask. Get it done." He stood up, signaling the end of the meeting. The lawyers scrambled to their feet. Billions of dollars were being set in motion to dig a hole in a mountain, and the client hadn't even finished his coffee. It didn't make sense, but the money was real, and that was the only language they truly understood. 2 weeks later, Aiden sat in a different kind of room. This one was all dark wood, aged leather, and the smell of expensive whiskey. A private club, so exclusive it didn't even have a name on the door. Across from him sat the man he had come to find, Jackson "Jax" Riley. Jax was exactly as Aiden remembered from the hellscape of his past life. A mountain in human form, with a face carved from granite and eyes that missed nothing. He was a former Navy SEAL team leader, a man who radiated a quiet, lethal competence. He currently ran a private security firm, Trident Security, staffed entirely by ex-Special Forces operators. They were the best, and Aiden needed the best. "Mr. Reed," Jax said, his voice a low rumble. He hadn't touched his drink. "Your proposal is unusual." "Unusual how?" Aiden asked, swirling the amber liquid in his own glass. "You want to hire my entire company, all 30 of my men, for an exclusive 5-year contract. You're offering to pay 10 times our most expensive market rate. You're promising a gear and equipment budget that's higher than some small country's entire military spending. And the mission objective is secure a remote construction site against all threats, both foreign and domestic. It sounds like you're planning to invade something, not build something." Aiden smiled. "I like that you're direct, Jax. It'll save us time." He leaned forward, his expression turning serious. "Let's be honest. You and your men are warriors. You're not satisfied guarding some tech CEO's mansion in Silicon Valley or escorting spoiled heirs on their yachts. You're bored. I'm offering you a real mission, a purpose, and the resources to do it right." He slid a tablet across the table. On it was a list of equipment, not just the standard M4s and Glocks. He was talking about pan-European F-33 assault rifles with integrated smart scopes, next-gen body armor that wasn't even on the public market yet, drone surveillance systems, and a fleet of custom-modified armored vehicles. Jax's eyes widened slightly as he scrolled through the list. It was a warfighter's dream. "How did you even get access to this catalog?" Jax asked, his suspicion warring with his professional excitement. "Some of this is restricted military hardware." "Money isn't an object, Jax. Access is just a question of how much you're willing to pay. I'm also offering full health and life insurance benefits for your men and their families, college tuition for their kids, mortgages paid off. Everything. I'm not just hiring your team. I'm buying their absolute, unquestioning loyalty. In return, all I ask is that you do your job and you don't ask questions about what we're building in that mountain. Not yet." Jax stared at Aiden for a long, hard minute. He saw a young man, impossibly rich and driven by a purpose he couldn't comprehend. In his line of work, that was usually a red flag for a rich idiot with a death wish. But there was something in Aiden's eyes, a chilling certainty, a weight of experience that didn't match his age. Besides, the offer was too good. It was life-changing for every man on his team. It was a chance to build a true stronghold, to equip his brothers in arms with the best gear on the planet. "My men will need to be on site within the week," Jax said finally. It wasn't a question. It was a term. Aiden nodded. "A private jet is waiting for you at Teterboro Airport. Wheels up in 3 hours." Jax stood, extended a hand as hard as a brick, and shook Aiden's. The deal was done. In his previous life, Jax had died protecting him. This time, Aiden would make sure he was too well equipped to fail. 6 months passed in a blur of logistics and construction that defied all logic. From his temporary command center on the edge of the sprawling worksite, Jax watched the operation with a kind of dumbfounded awe. It wasn't a construction site. It was an invasion. A private, reinforced highway had been blasted through the mountains. A never-ending convoy of the world's largest dump trucks and heavy haulers rumbled along it 24/7, a steel serpent feeding the mountain. They poured thousands of tons of material into the earth. Not just concrete, but advanced carbon fiber composites, layers of dense lead sheeting, and plates of titanium alloy. The engineers, a collection of the world's best minds lured by Aiden's insane paychecks, worked in a state of confused ecstasy. They were given an unlimited budget to solve impossible problems, to build a subterranean fortress that made Cheyenne Mountain look like a garden shed. They didn't know what they were building. They only knew the specs, personally delivered by Aiden Reed, were more advanced than anything they had ever conceived. Aiden himself was a frequent presence. He'd fly in on his private helicopter, striding through the dust and noise in practical work clothes, his eyes scanning everything. He wasn't just a rich guy watching his money get spent. He was an architect, a project manager from hell. Jax once saw him walk up to a lead engineer, a man with 40 years of experience, and point to a complex schematic.
"This power conduit routing is inefficient,"
Aiden said, his voice cutting through the roar of machinery.
"You're creating a harmonic bottleneck. Reroute it through sub-level 7 and use braided osmium shielding. It'll handle the power surges better."
The engineer had scoffed, but after running the simulations, he came back an hour later, his face pale with shock. Aiden was right. The kid was right. After that, no one questioned his directives. It was during one of these visits that it happened. Aiden was inspecting a newly installed 10-meter-thick blast door, a solid block of layered alloys that moved on silent, powerful hydraulics. As he ran his hand over the cool metal, a line of faint, shimmering text flickered into his vision, superimposed over the door. Object: Primary Blast Door Alpha. Material: Titanium, tungsten alloy, reinforced carbon composite. Durability: 100. He blinked, shaking his head. Stress, he thought. Too many sleepless nights. The text vanished. He dismissed it, but a strange feeling lingered. The world felt thinner, more transparent. The true insanity began a month later. In the dead of night, under the watch of Jax and his men armed to the teeth, a series of the largest cargo planes in the world, Antonov An-225s chartered from Ukraine at an astronomical cost, landed on a specially constructed mile-long runway. They didn't carry concrete or steel. They carried the heart of the anchor. From the first plane's cavernous hold, a team of silent, specialized technicians unloaded a heavily shielded cylinder, no larger than a pickup truck. It was a compact naval fission reactor, salvaged from a decommissioned attack submarine. It was the fortress's primary power source, capable of running it for 50 years. From other planes came server racks, quantum computers, and countless crates of high-tech electronics. But the final piece was what Aiden himself came to oversee. Carried by 4 men in clean suits, it was a spherical device about 1 meter in diameter, made of a polished, unknown black metal that seemed to absorb the light. Intricate silver lines, like glowing circuits, pulsed faintly across its surface. This was the Reality Anchor Array. The design was burned into his memory from the last life. A desperate, half-finished invention by Dr. Evelyn Reed that he now had the time and resources to perfect. He personally supervised its installation in the deepest, most shielded chamber of the fortress, a room that was the geometric center of the entire structure. The engineers had no idea what it was. Their instructions were simply to build the chamber and provide it with an independent power supply. As the technicians made the final connections, Aiden placed his hand on its surface. He could feel it.
a low, sub-audible hum that wasn't just physical sound. It was a vibration on the edge of reality itself. Standing in the command center later that night, surrounded by dozens of monitors showing the status of his growing fortress, the feeling of accomplishment was immense. It was bigger, stronger, and more advanced than the original Anchor had been even at its peak. He looked at the main schematic on the central screen. The fortress was a beautiful, complex machine, his shield against the coming storm. As he stared, the strange text flickered into his vision again, this time more solid, more real. System: the Anchor. Fortress-class bunker. Status: 82% complete. Core system: reality anchor array, offline. Power: fission reactor. Warm-up sequence initiated. Aiden didn't flinch. He didn't dismiss it. A cold, sharp clarity cut through his exhaustion. This wasn't a hallucination. This wasn't stress. This was the debug interface of the universe, and it was starting to recognize him as a privileged user. His rebirth hadn't just given him memories, it had given him an upgrade. A slow, predatory smile spread across his face. They thought they had deleted him. They had no idea they had just created the glitch that would bring their entire system down. If building the Anchor was an act of defying physics, then stalking it was an act of defying logic itself. The moment the main structure was sealed and the reality anchor hummed in its core chamber, even in its offline state, Aiden's focus shifted with the speed of a predator locking onto new prey. The fortress was the body. Now he had to give it a soul, and that soul was made of an ungodly amount of stuff. The name Anchor Holdings faded into the background, having served its purpose as the construction behemoth. In its place, a dozen new smaller shell corporations bloomed overnight like mushrooms after a storm. Midwest Granary Exports, Apex Medical Supplies, Titan Industrial Metals, Horizon Digital Storage. Each had a distinct, plausible identity, and each began a global shopping spree that made Aiden's previous expenditures look like pocket change. This wasn't about stealth anymore. The sheer scale made stealth impossible. This was about plausible deniability, about creating so much noise in the global supply chain that no single analyst could piece together the full picture. It was a logistical blitzkrieg. From a new command center, a leased, black glass office building in Chicago that overlooked the major rail yards, Aiden orchestrated his war on scarcity. His debug interface had become an extension of his will. He no longer needed to trust shipping manifests or inventory reports. He could simply look at a satellite feed of a port in Long Beach and see the data overlay. Container ship, the Sea Serpent. Cargo, 7,000 tons of milled rice, grade A. ETA to transit warehouse, 04-7215 for 4. Integrity, 99.98%. It was a superpower custom-made for the world's greatest prepper. He could see bottlenecks before they formed, detect counterfeit goods with a glance, and manage a web of acquisitions so complex it would have driven a team of 100 Harvard MBAs into madness. The first wave was food, 20,000 tons of grain. It was a number so large it was abstract until you saw it. Aiden stood on the observation deck of his Chicago office and watched it happen. It wasn't a truck or two, it was a train. A single train, 3 miles long, a chugging, groaning metal spine of hopper cars, each filled to the brim with wheat, corn, and soy. It snaked its way into the massive, purpose-built transit hub his companies had leased, a facility the size of a small town. And this was just one train. Another would arrive in 6 hours. and another after that, day and night, for weeks. His new logistics manager, a tough-as-nails former Army quartermaster named Henderson, stood beside him, a look of permanent disbelief etched on his face. "Mr. Reed," Henderson said, his voice low, "the futures market is going insane. People think there's a famine coming that no one knows about. We're single-handedly driving up the global price of wheat." Aiden didn't take his eyes off the train. "Let them speculate. Pay the premium." Next came the fuel. 5 million gallons. He didn't buy barrels. He bought futures contracts for entire tanker ships, rerouting them to a private port facility he'd acquired near Houston. From there, the fuel was piped into a series of newly excavated underground caverns near the Rockies, vast subterranean lakes of diesel and jet fuel shielded by 100 feet of rock. The process was so massive it registered as microseismic events, little tremors of preparation that only Aiden knew the true meaning of. Then came the hardware. 10,000 tons of raw metals. He didn't just buy steel beams and aluminum ingots. His agents, armed with a limitless budget, went to struggling mines in Africa and South America. They didn't negotiate for ore. They bought the entire mine, the land, the equipment, the geologists' survey data. He acquired a failing tungsten mine in Portugal for a pittance, its owners thinking they'd won the lottery. Aiden knew he was the one getting the deal. In his mind's eye, he could already see that dull, heavy metal being etched with the glowing runes of logic, turning a simple bullet into a conceptual weapon capable of deleting a glitch from existence. He did the same with technology. He bought out 3 small, innovative semiconductor companies in Taiwan, not for their profits, but for their patents and fabrication plants. He hired their entire R&D departments, paying them triple their salaries to work on a single, top-secret project, mass-producing a specific type of processor that, according to his memories, was uniquely resistant to the data warping effects of the deletion event. The stream of materials flowing towards the Colorado mountains was biblical in scope. Mountains of MREs, pallets of antibiotics stacked high enough to create their own shadows, crates of ammunition, millions of electronic components, servers, cables, and tools. Jax and his Trident security team had expanded their operational perimeter to 10 miles around the construction site, now a restricted military-grade zone. They ran patrols in armored vehicles, their state-of-the-art gear making them look like soldiers from the future. They no longer questioned the mission. They were the guardians of a modern-day Noah's Ark, and their loyalty to Aiden was absolute. One afternoon, Aiden walked through one of the central transit warehouses. The scale was overwhelming. It was a cathedral built to honor logistics. Forklifts buzzed like mechanical insects, moving pallets around a space so vast it had its own weather patterns. He walked past a literal wall of medical supplies, enough bandages to wrap the globe, enough morphine to make an entire city feel no pain. He held up a hand, and a terrified-looking warehouse foreman rushed over. "Sir?" Aiden pointed to a stack of crates labeled osmium. "I want a purity scan on Lot 7B. My gut says it's off by a few points." The foreman looked confused. "Sir, that's one of the densest elements on Earth. It's mostly used for fountain pen tips and electrical contacts. We have 4 tons of it, a lifetime supply for the entire planet. And you want a purity scan?" Aiden's gaze was cold. "My gut is backed by $1 billion investment. Just do it." As he spoke, he focused his own interface on the crate. Object, refined osmium ingot. Purity, 98.7%. Anomaly detected. Note, trace elements of rhenium present, unsuitable for high-level logic inscription.
Never mind, Aiden said, waving the foreman away. Quarantine lots 7B through 9F. They're contaminated. Send them back. Tell the supplier their contract is terminated.
The foreman just stared, speechless, before scurrying off to make the call. How could he possibly know? It didn't matter. The word of Aiden Reed had become law in this place. He continued his walk, his mind a whirlwind of calculations. He wasn't just hoarding. He was curating. He was selecting the fundamental building blocks of a new civilization. He recruited the world's top agricultural geneticists, not by telling them the world was ending, but by giving them an unlimited budget and a simple, irresistible challenge. Create a portfolio of super seeds, crops that could grow with minimal light in a hydroponic environment, with triple the normal caloric yield and resistance to any known blight. They jumped at the chance, thinking they were working on a humanitarian project to end world hunger. In a way, they were. The moment of truth, the small scene that would be burned into Henderson's memory forever, came late one Tuesday night. The logistics manager found Aiden alone in the command center, staring at a holographic map of North America. Red dots pulsed over major cities, while a serene green circle glowed over their location in the Rockies. Henderson held a tablet, his face pale.
Mr. Reed, I have to ask. I've managed logistics in war zones. I supplied the surge in Afghanistan. I have never seen anything like this. We have enough food here to feed a city for a decade. Enough medicine to handle a global pandemic. Enough raw material to build a fleet of battleships. What in God's name are we preparing for? An alien invasion?
Aiden turned slowly from the map, his eyes holding that same chilling ancient certainty that Jax had seen months ago. The predatory smile was gone, replaced by a profound, almost weary seriousness. He looked at the older man, not with condescension, but with a flicker of something that might have been pity. He walked over to the floor-to-ceiling window, looking out at the endless river of trucks and trains moving under the bright industrial lights.
Henderson,
Aiden said, his voice calm and even.
Have you ever been through a real blizzard? Not just a few inches of snow. I'm talking about a whiteout, the kind where the world outside your window just disappears, where the power goes out, the roads vanish, and the only thing that matters is how much wood you have for the fire and how much food you have in the pantry.
Henderson nodded slowly.
Up in Maine, once. I was a kid. It was terrifying.
Aiden's gaze remained fixed on the horizon.
What's coming is like that. A blizzard for the whole world. A storm that will wipe the slate clean. There won't be any government, any markets, any supply chains. The world you know is about to be shut down. Permanently.
He turned back to Henderson, and his eyes seemed to glow with a faint light from the monitors.
We're not preparing for an invasion, Henderson. We're just chopping enough wood for a very, very long winter.
The air in the room grew heavy. Henderson felt a cold dread that had nothing to do with the air conditioning. It wasn't the rambling of a madman. It was the quiet, confident statement of a prophet who was building an ark not of wood, but of concrete, titanium, and pure, unadulterated data. He finally understood. This wasn't about profit. It wasn't about power in the old sense. This was about survival on a scale he could barely comprehend. And in that moment, looking at the young man who was calmly preparing for the end of everything, Henderson knew one thing for sure. If anyone was going to make it through that storm, it would be the man standing right in front of him. With 1 year left on the clock, the nature of the horde changed. Food, fuel, and medicine were the foundations of survival. Now, Aiden Reed began forging the sword. The final phase of preparation wasn't about enduring the storm. It was about fighting the monsters within it. His Chicago command center was dismantled overnight, its data wiped, its existence erased from corporate records. The operation moved to its heart, its true brain, the command deck of the Anchor itself. Jax Riley felt like he had stepped into a god's eye view of the world. He was a man who had seen the inside of classified military CICs, places that were the stuff of spy movies. They were all dim, cramped rooms compared to this. The command deck of the Anchor was a 3-story amphitheater carved from the mountain's core. The main wall was a seamless, curved screen 100 feet wide, currently displaying a crystal-clear, real-time holographic projection of the Earth. A swarm of tiny green pinpricks was methodically tracing orbits around the globe.
"Sweet Mother of God,"
one of Jax's men whispered, his voice full of awe. Aiden stood at the central console, his form silhouetted against the light of the holographic planet. He gestured to the screen without turning.
"Star Hall Aerospace,"
Aiden said, his voice echoing slightly in the vast space.
"A plucky little startup out of California, dreaming of cheap satellite launches.
I gave them a blank check for one project. Deploy a constellation of 200 telecom satellites. The most advanced, hardened private communications and observation network ever built. They think they're setting up a new global internet. They have no idea they just gave me my own private sky." Jax walked forward, his combat boots making no sound on the polished metal floor. He ran a hand over the cool railing, his gaze sweeping over the dozens of technicians, all poached from the best intelligence and engineering firms in the world, all bound by ironclad NDAs and salaries that made them forget they had families, manning their stations.
"All this? For what, Aiden?
You're past preparing for a disaster. This is preparing for a war.
Against who?"
Aiden finally turned, his eyes, which had been fixated on the data streams, now locked onto Jax. The casual, almost playful billionaire was gone. In his place was the prophet Henderson had seen.
"A war against the rules, Jax,"
Aiden said simply. He tapped a command into his console. The main screen changed. It was now a complex simulation, a 3D model of downtown Denver.
"I brought you here because I trust your skill. But from this point on, I need more than your skill. I need your faith."
The simulation began. At first, it looked like a physics engine test. Then, things started to go wrong. A skyscraper began to stretch, its textures smearing like wet paint. The street below it flickered, replaced for a half second with a texture of static, then raw, unprocessed code. A group of simulated civilians walking down the street suddenly froze. Their models T-posing before their data was scrambled into a screaming, pixelated vortex of digital limbs and colors.
"What is this bullshit? Some kind of video game?"
Jack scoffed, but there was no real force behind it. The simulation was too detailed, too disturbing.
"It's a forecast,"
Aiden replied, his voice deadly serious.
"In 1 year, the fundamental code of our reality is going to be hit by a delete command. But the process will fail. It will break. The world won't just end. It will corrupt. The laws of physics will become buggy software. What you're seeing isn't an attack. It's the operating system crashing."
He zoomed in on the pixelated vortex, which was now pulsing and lashing out, deleting cars and lampposts around it.
"These things, we'll call them glitches. They're not alive. They're just errors in the system. And conventional weapons won't do a damn thing to them. You can't shoot a software bug.
Jack stared, his mind struggling to connect the dots. The impossible scale of the bunker, the biblical hoard of supplies, the private satellite network, the young man who saw the world as data. It was insane. It was the talk of a lunatic. But the concrete and steel and titanium all around him were very, very real. The paychecks clearing his account were very, very real. The look in Aiden's eyes was terrifyingly real.
My family,
Jack said, his voice dropping to a low growl.
My wife, my daughter. You promised they'd be safe. They will be,
Aiden said, his certainty an unshakable wall.
Everyone you care about. Bring them here before D-Day. This fortress, the Anchor, has a device at its core. A reality anchor. It stabilizes the code in a 5-kilometer radius. Inside this bubble, reality works as it should. Outside.
He gestured to the horrifying simulation on the screen.
Outside is hell.
Jack stood silent for a full minute, the hum of the facility's life support the only sound. He had followed orders his whole life, from commanding officers, from the chain of command. But this was different. This was a leap of faith off the edge of the known world. He looked at the screen, at the digital chaos, then back at Aiden's calm, all-knowing face.
All right,
Jack said, the word tasting like surrender and conviction all at once.
You're crazy. You're a goddamn lunatic. But you're the only lunatic I've ever met who builds his crazy theories out of 10-meter-thick alloy doors and private satellite grids. My team and I are with you. To the end.
Aiden gave a slight, satisfied nod. The first true disciple had been converted.
Good, because the hardware is starting to arrive.
2 weeks later, the ground itself seemed to shake. A convoy of 3 massive, wide-load flatbed trucks, escorted by Jax's own armored Humvees, rumbled its way up the private, reinforced road leading to the Anchor's hidden entrance. On the middle truck, chained down like a captured beast, sat 68 tons of American military might, an M1A2 Abrams main battle tank. Aiden had bought it from a private Texan collector, a paranoid oil baron who had legally acquired the demilitarized vehicle. The price was obscene. The cost of reactivating and upgrading it was even more so. In the cavernous, brightly lit main vehicle bay, Aiden and his hand-picked team of engineers, stolen from DARPA and Boston Dynamics, swarmed the machine. This wasn't a restoration. It was an evolution.
Standard depleted uranium composite armor is good,
Aiden announced, running a hand over the tank's turret. His eyes glowed with a faint light only he could see, his interface analyzing the tank's data structure.
But we can make it better. I want intercalary layers of tungsten carbide and a ceramic polymer matrix. I want the final plating to be coated with a thin film of osmium. It's not about stopping a shell. It's about stabilizing the armor's own data signature against reality warping effects.
The engineers just nodded, frantically taking notes. They had long since stopped questioning his bizarre but brilliant instructions. They ripped out the standard gas turbine engine, replacing it with a custom-built hybrid electric power plant that could run silently for hours and be recharged directly from the Anchor's nuclear reactor. The main cannon's firing mechanism was retrofitted, reinforced with rare earth magnets, preparing it for a future he hadn't yet explained. The ability to fire logic rounds. The most critical upgrade happened inside. The standard military electronics were stripped out and replaced with the very same data warping resistant processors he had commissioned from the Taiwanese fabs. The tank was being made immune to the very fabric of the apocalypse. The final moment was a spectacle of raw power. A colossal gantry crane, built into the ceiling of the bay, latched onto the upgraded tank. With a deep groan of stressed metal, it lifted the 70-ton war machine into the air, its treads dangling a foot off the ground, and began to transport it towards the massive elevator that led to the lower-level armory. The image of a main battle tank being casually moved around like a toy car was burned into the mind of every person present. This wasn't a shelter. This was a citadel. Jack stood beside Aiden, watching the process. "You really think we're going to need that? Need it?" Aiden laughed, a sharp, cold sound. "Jax, in the world that's coming, this beautiful, beautiful monster won't be a weapon of war. It'll be the equivalent of a reliable pickup truck." As the tank was safely stowed, Aiden turned to Jax. The command deck was quieter now, the main shift over. "There's one more thing you need to see. Something I can't explain with simulations." He led Jax to a small private office off the main deck. The room was sparse. A desk, 2 chairs. Aiden picked up a standard-issue Glock 19 from the desk, the one Jax had seen him practicing with on the range. He held it flat on his palm, presenting it to Jax. "Hold out your hand." Jax, confused, did as he was told. He expected Aiden to give him the weapon. Instead, Aiden just stood there, looking at the gun in his own hand. "Watch closely," Aiden said. And then it happened. The Glock 19, a solid object of polymer and steel, simply vanished. It didn't flash. It didn't dissolve. One moment it was there, the next it was gone. There was no sound, no light, no trick. Just a perfect, physics-defying absence. Jax's blood ran cold. He reflexively took a step back, his right hand twitching towards the sidearm holstered on his own hip. His SEAL training screamed at him, trick, illusion, sleight of hand. But his eyes, his gut, told him a different story. He had watched Aiden's hands. They hadn't moved. "What the fuck?" The words came out as a strangled whisper. Aiden smiled. For the first time, it was a genuine, almost boyish smile. He lifted his now empty hand, and a faint, translucent blue rectangle shimmered into existence in the air in front of him, visible only to Aiden. Inside the rectangle was a perfect 3D icon of the Glock 19. Inventory slot 110. Glock 19 9mm. Ammo 1515. Durability 100%. My personal superpower, Aiden said casually, as if discussing the weather. He focused his will on the icon. In the real world, his other hand, held out over Jax's, suddenly had a gun in it. The Glock 19 reappeared with the same silent, impossible instantaneousness, its weight settling into his palm. He then placed the very real, very solid weapon into Jax's stunned hand. Jax stared at the gun, then back at Aiden's face, his professional composure completely shattered. All the pieces clicked into place with horrifying clarity. The foresight, the impossible knowledge, the absolute certainty. This wasn't just a man who had cracked a code or seen a pattern. Aiden Reed wasn't just preparing for the end of the world. He was a part of the reason it was all happening. He was an anomaly, a glitch in the system himself. "How?" Jax finally managed to say, his voice thick. "The same reason the world is breaking. The rules are changing," Aiden said, his smile fading back into that familiar, chilling seriousness. "I just got a peek at the new rulebook ahead of everyone else. I call it an inventory.
A little pocket of space that only I can access. Right now it's small, but it'll grow.
Jax looked down at the gun in his hand, then up at the young man who held the secrets of the universe. The tank, the bunker, the satellites. All of it suddenly seemed secondary. This was the real power. This was the heart of the anchor. He finally understood. He wasn't following a rich eccentric. He was following a player who had been given the cheat codes to the game before it even started. And in the coming storm, that was the only side worth being on.
Okay,
Jax said, holstering his own weapon and letting out a long, slow breath.
Okay. I get it now.
His world had been turned upside down, but for the first time, the path forward was brutally, terrifyingly clear.
What are your orders?
The clock was no longer measured in years or months. It was measured in hours. 7 days. 168 hours until the world ended. Aiden sat in his throne, the central command chair of the anchor. Before him, the holographic Earth spun silently, a serene blue marble blissfully unaware of its own scheduled execution. On smaller floating data screens, he had a list. It was his own personal Noah's Ark manifest, not for animals, but for intellect. He initiated the first call. Dr. Eris Thorne, a leading geneticist from MIT, a man whose work on CRISPR-Cas9 was decades ahead of its time.
Mr. Reed,
the old scientist's voice crackled through the secure comms, a bit of annoyance in it.
I'm in the middle of a delicate procedure. Your blank check funding is appreciated, but it does not grant you the right to interrupt me at will. Dr. Thorne,
Aiden's voice was flat, devoid of emotion.
In 7 days, your lab, your research, and the city of Boston will cease to exist in any meaningful way. I have a place for you. A fully equipped laboratory that will make yours look like a high school.
Chemistry set. Your life's work can continue. Or you can die with it. The evac transport leaves from a private airfield in 2 hours. The coordinates have been sent to your phone. This is the only offer you will receive. Silence. Then, a dry, humorless laugh.
Young man, have you been indulging in recreational narcotics? I am on the verge of curing Tay-Sachs disease. I don't have time for your apocalyptic fantasies.
The connection was terminated by Thorne. Aiden didn't sigh. He didn't show a flicker of frustration. He simply brought up Thorne's name on the list, a glowing line of green text. With a flick of his finger, he swiped it to the side. The name turned red, and a simple status expired Tadio tag appeared next to it. He moved to the next name, a renowned structural engineer from Caltech, a former Delta Force logistics expert, a world-class surgeon from Johns Hopkins. The responses were a mix of outrage, ridicule, and condescending pity. For every 2 who laughed him off as a lunatic, 1, their curiosity piqued by the sheer audacity or the incredible sums of money they'd already received from him, agreed to listen. For those, a sleek, black, unmarked helicopter would appear out of nowhere, landing on their rooftops or in their backyards, ready to ferry them to salvation. For the ones who refused, their names turned red, expired. Aiden was not a savior begging people to be saved. He was an administrator offering a data transfer. If the data packet refused, it was flagged for deletion with the rest of the system. Simple as that. Jax watched the process from the back of the command deck, arms crossed over his massive chest. He saw the cold mechanical efficiency in Aiden's actions. This wasn't a rescue mission. It was a resource acquisition. Aiden wasn't saving people. He was preserving critical assets. The thought was chilling, but in a world about to be torn apart by software errors, it was the only logic that made sense. After an hour of this, Aiden leaned back in his chair. He swiped away the list of academics and soldiers and brought up a different one. This one filled with names from his old life. The ones before the rebirth. The ones who had called him Henderson's crazy kid. The ones who had laughed at his doomsday prepping obsession behind their hands at cocktail parties. His finger hovered over a name. Marcus Vance. Heir to a real estate empire, a smarmy, handsome bastard who'd once told Aiden he should invest in a good therapist instead of canned beans. Aiden smirked. It was time for a little bit of fun. He patched the call through a public server, making it look like a normal cell phone call. Aiden? Aiden Reed? Holy shit, is that you? Marcus's voice was slick with false surprise. Long time no see, man. I heard you went off the grid. Building your little fallout shelter in the mountains, huh? How's that working out for you? It's going well, Marcus. Thanks for asking, Aiden said, his tone infuriatingly pleasant. He swiveled his chair slightly, looking at the holographic globe. I'm just calling to catch up, see how you're doing. Everything good on your end? The market treating you well? Are you kidding me? We just closed on the new downtown tower. Life's good, man. Really good. There was an undercurrent of smugness in his voice, the tone of a man who believed he was on top of the world. Hey, listen, we're having a party on my yacht this weekend to celebrate. You should come. You can tell us all your crazy conspiracy theories. It'll be a laugh. A yacht party? That sounds nice, Aiden said, his voice as smooth as glass. He looked at the live satellite feed of the Pacific Ocean. A storm system, a completely natural one, was brewing. It would be a bad weekend for a party. Not apocalyptic, just unpleasant. You know, I think I'll be busy this weekend, but I do have a piece of advice for you. Free of charge. Oh yeah? Marcus chuckled. What's that? Buy gold? No, Aiden said, his voice dropping just a little, a hint of steel underneath the calm. Have a great week, Marcus. Really. Enjoy every last second of it. He hung up. Jax raised an eyebrow. That was it? I thought you were gonna lay into the guy. Why would I? Aiden said, turning back to the console. He won't believe me. No one in his world would. But in a few days, when the sky starts to flicker and the buildings start to melt, he'll be on his yacht in the middle of the ocean. And he'll remember my call. He'll remember my exact words. He'll spend his last moments in absolute, maddening terror, knowing that some crazy kid knew it was all coming and didn't even bother to give him a real warning. That's so much more satisfying than yelling. Jax just shook his head, a slow grin spreading across his face. It was a cruel, viciously calculated move. And it was brilliant. Finally, only one name remained on Aiden's priority list. Dr. Evelyn Reed. This one was different. He couldn't just offer her money or safety. He had to offer her the truth. He brought up her file. She was a pariah in the physics community. Her theory that the universe was a nested series of computational simulations had gotten her laughed out of tenure-track positions at every major university. She was now working with a tiny grant in a forgotten sub-basement lab at the University of Colorado Boulder, less than 100 miles from the anchor. In his past life, her posthumously published papers had been the key to understanding the nature of the glitches. This time, he needed the source code. He routed the call to her lab's landline. A young, sharp, and weary voice answered. Dr. Reed's lab? You've reached the janitor's closet. What do you want? Dr. Evelyn Reed, Aiden began. My name is... Not interested in buying a subscription, not donating to any alumni funds, and I definitely don't need my air ducts cleaned.
Goodbye. Your multiverse substrate hypothesis is wrong, Aiden said quickly, cutting her off. There was a dead silence on the other end of the line. He could practically hear the gears turning in her head. Who is this? She finally asked, her voice stripped of its earlier sarcasm, now cautious and sharp as a razor. Your hypothesis posits that if our universe is a simulation, then quantum foam is the computational noise generated by the rendering process. It's an elegant theory, but it's incomplete, Aiden continued, reciting from memory, from a future she hadn't written yet. You're looking at it as a passive byproduct. You failed to account for active error correction. The system is constantly trying to self-stabilize. Quantum entanglement isn't a spooky action at a distance. It's a checksum function between two correlated data points to ensure integrity. He heard a sharp crash on the other end of the line, the sound of a ceramic mug shattering on a concrete floor. That's from my appendix, she whispered, her voice trembling. The one I haven't even finished writing. The one that's only on my private terminal. How could you possibly know that? Because I have the rest of the equation, Evelyn, Aiden said softly. The part that allows you to build a localized field that reinforces the checksum function, making reality stable inside its perimeter. I've already built it. I'm calling to invite you to come see it. He sent her a single image file. It was a string of mathematical notation, an elegant, terrifyingly complex equation that was the heart of the reality anchor. To anyone else, it was gibberish. To her, it was the Holy Grail. 30 seconds passed. A full minute. He could hear her ragged breathing. "Where are you?" she asked, her voice thick with a mixture of terror and exhilarating discovery. "Look out your window," Aiden said. A moment later, he heard her gasp. He was watching on a drone feed. A sleek black helicopter was descending silently toward the small, neglected lawn outside her building. "I'm not following a ghost, Mr. Whoever you are," Evelyn said, steel returning to her voice. "I need proof." "Fair enough," Aiden replied. He focused his will. His Datenmancy, his Tautung Du Liu activated. It was still weak, barely level 1, but it was enough. Look at the oak tree to the left of the helicopter. Through the drone's high-resolution camera, he saw her peer out the window. He focused on the tree, his mind requesting its data. Object: Quercus rubra, northern red oak. Age: 78 years, 4 months, 12 days. Structural integrity: 88%, minor insect damage at root cluster. Photosynthesis rate: 9.3 UM/Olzal. 2 S. There's total data size: 4.7 gigabytes. "The oak tree," Aiden said into the comms. 78 years old. It has a small pocket of carpenter ants nesting in the main root on the northwest side, 3 feet below ground. Its current photosynthetic efficiency is just over 9 micromoles per square meter per second. The silence on the other end was absolute. He had just recited the fundamental, unknowable truth of a living object, as if reading a user manual. He had treated reality like an open-source project. For a physicist like Evelyn Reed, this was more convincing than any display of wealth or power. It was a violation of everything she knew to be true. "The helicopter will wait for 15 minutes, Aiden said, and cut the connection. He didn't have to wait that long. 2 minutes later, the drone feed showed the door to the basement lab bursting open. Dr. Evelyn Reed, a whirlwind of messy bun,
oversized lab coat and eyes blazing with an intensity that bordered on madness, sprinted across the lawn toward the waiting aircraft, not even bothering to lock the door behind her. An hour later, the main bay door of the Anchor hissed open, and Evelyn stepped out, flanked by two of Jax's silent, black-clad security personnel. She was small, looking almost childlike next to them, but her gaze was anything but. Her eyes darted everywhere, taking in the cavernous, brightly lit space, the gantry cranes on the ceiling, the faint hum of a nuclear reactor. She looked like a pilgrim who had just found her temple. Aiden and Jax met her at the entrance to the main elevator. "You're real," she breathed, her eyes locking onto Aiden. She wasn't looking at him like a person, but like an anomaly, a scientific impossibility she desperately needed to dissect. "The equation? The tree? How?" "The rules are changing, Doctor," Aiden said simply. "I just got a peek at the new rulebook. Come. There's one more thing you need to see before it all begins." He led them not to the command deck, but to the very entrance of the fortress, the place where the Anchor met the outside world. They stood before the immense main blast door. It was a single, perfect slab of polished alloy, 10 meters thick, set into the bedrock of the mountain. It was less a door and more a piece of tectonic plate that had been tamed. "Jax has seen some of what I can do," Aiden said, his voice echoing in the tunnel. "But you, Doctor, you'll appreciate this on a different level." He reached out and placed his hand flat against the cold, unyielding metal. He closed his eyes. To Jax and Evelyn, nothing happened. But in Aiden's mind, a torrent of information flooded his senses, a cascade of blue text boxes. Object, the Anchor main gate, Aegis. Class, legendary fortification component. Dimensions, 15M. H, X12mm. W, X10M. D, East. Total mass, 8,430 metric tons. Composition, titanium tungsten alloy, 92%. Carbon nanofiber weave, 5%. Osmium plating, 2%. Reality anchor filament, 1%. Structural integrity, 100%. Current status, locked. Hydraulic pressure at 40,000 psi. 32. Locking bolts engaged. Special property, data stabilization field, passive. Resists reality warping effects up to a rating of 9.810. Aiden opened his eyes. He looked at Evelyn, whose sharp, intelligent face was a mask of confusion. "It's made of a custom titanium tungsten alloy, reinforced with a carbon nanofiber weave," Aiden recited calmly. "Each of the 32 locking bolts is currently under 40,000 pounds per square inch of hydraulic pressure. But the interesting part is the 1% of the material you can't see. Microscopic filaments woven into the alloy itself. That's the physical component of the reality anchor. Your equation made manifest." Evelyn's jaw dropped. Her scientific mind, which had been reeling, now completely shattered and reassembled itself in a new, terrifying paradigm. He wasn't just talking about the door's engineering specs. He was talking about its soul. He was reading the source code of reality. "My God," she whispered, reaching out a trembling hand but not daring to touch the door. It's all just data." "Always has been," Aiden replied. Suddenly, a low klaxon began to sound throughout the entire facility. A calm female, AI-generated voice echoed from unseen speakers.
Warning. Unscheduled global event detected. T-minus 60 seconds to Protocol 0. On Aiden's personal interface, a single stark message flashed in crimson letters. Deletion protocol initiated. Error. E. Error. Fragmentation cascade imminent. Aiden looked from Jax's grim, ready face to Evelyn's terrified but ecstatic one. He placed his hand back on the cool metal of the 10-meter-thick door, the only thing separating them from the coming nightmare. A slow, cold smile touched his lips. It's starting. The klaxon was a blade scraping against the inside of their skulls. Red lights pulsed along the polished concrete corridors, strobing across Jax's grim face and Evelyn's, which was a bizarre canvas of pure terror and rabid scientific glee. Protocol 0, Aiden said, his voice a low counterpoint to the alarm. His hand was still flat against the 10-meter-thick Aegis door. The metal was cold, but a faint, almost imperceptible vibration thrummed through it, a hum that resonated deep in his bones. It was the hum of the world's final stuttering heartbeat. Orders, Aiden. Jax's voice was rock steady. His hand had already gone to the custom M4A1 slung across his chest. His body was coiled, a predator ready to face a threat it couldn't possibly comprehend. Old habits. To the command deck. Now, Aiden commanded, pulling his hand away from the door. He turned, his gaze sweeping over them. Evelyn, you're going to want to see this. It's everything your theories predicted, just a hell of a lot uglier. He didn't wait for a reply, striding down the corridor towards the central elevator. Jax fell into step just behind his right shoulder, a living shield, while Evelyn, after a moment's hesitation, practically scrambled to keep up. The rescued assets, engineers, doctors, logisticians, were already being herded by other black-clad security personnel, their faces pale with confusion and fear. They were professionals at the Kai, top of their fields, titans of the old world, now reduced to frightened sheep being led through a high-tech sheepfold. The command deck was a cathedral of controlled chaos. The vast hemispherical room glowed with the light of 100 data streams. In the center, the holographic Earth still spun, a beautiful blue lie. But the dozens of smaller screens surrounding it were no longer displaying news feeds or stock tickers. They were patched into the anchor's network of hardened private satellites and high-altitude drones, showing live footage of major cities across the globe. Aiden took his seat in the command throne. Jax stood guard behind him. Evelyn rushed to the main console, her fingers flying across a virtual keyboard, bringing up sensor readings that made her breath catch in her throat. T-minus 10 seconds. The calm female AI announced. The rescued experts huddled together near the back wall, a knot of terrified disbelief. What is this, Reed? What the hell is going on? A portly man in a bespoke suit demanded. He was a Nobel laureate economist Aiden had headhunted. His prize meant less than nothing now. Aiden ignored him, his eyes fixed on a screen showing a bird's-eye view of downtown Denver. 5, 4, 3, 2, 0. For a single agonizing second, nothing happened. The economist let out a scoff. See? Just some paranoid fantasy. Then the world broke. It didn't start with a bang. It started with a flicker. On every screen, the sky over every city blinked, just for a millisecond. From blue to a nauseating static green, the color of a dead pixel. Then it blinked back. What was that? A solar flare? Someone asked, their voice trembling. No, Evelyn whispered, her eyes wide with horror and fascination. That was the refresh rate dropping.
Then the real nightmare began. In Denver, the Daniels and Fisher Tower, a 20th century clock tower, suddenly stretched. Its geometry failed. It elongated upwards like a piece of digital taffy being pulled by an invisible cursor, its brick texture smearing into a low-resolution blur before snapping back to its original shape with a visual pop-pooey that had no sound. On another screen showing Times Square, the massive digital billboards didn't just flicker. Their advertisements began to bleed into each other. A smiling model for a soft drink suddenly had her face plastered over with the roaring lion from a movie studio logo, the two images clipping through each other in a grotesque hybrid. The sound from the street feeds devolved from a cacophony of traffic and voices into a horrifying digital screech, like a dial-up modem being fed through a meat grinder. "My God," the surgeon from Johns Hopkins breathed, stumbling back against the wall. The visual corruption accelerated. Buildings began to lose their textures. A glass skyscraper in Chicago suddenly had the surface properties of unrendered concrete, a flat, gray monolith. A bridge in San Francisco went the other way, its steel supports turning translucent and jittery, phasing in and out of existence. Then they saw it happen to the people. On a street corner in London, a man in a business suit who was running in panic simply vanished. For a frame, he was there. The next, he was gone, leaving behind only a fading after-image of blue and green code that drifted away like smoke. A crowd of people fleeing down a boulevard in Paris began to flicker violently, like characters in a video game lagging with a bad connection. Their screams were chopped and screwed, turning into staccato bursts of static. Then, one by one, they dissolved into data streams, their panicked last moments reduced to packets of information being deleted from the server. It was clean. It was absolute. It was the most terrifying thing any of them had ever seen. This is impossible!" the Caltech structural engineer yelled, his face ashen. He pointed a shaking finger at the screen. "That defies thermodynamics, the conservation of mass, every law we know." "He's right," Evelyn said, not looking away from the monitors. Her voice was steady, but her knuckles were white where she gripped the console. "It defies the laws you know. The problem was, we were always living on the application layer. We never saw the operating system. This isn't physics breaking down. This is physics being uninstalled." Aiden watched it all, his face a mask of cold composure. This was it. The deletion event. He'd seen it in his nightmares 1,000 times. Seeing it on a clean, high-definition screen felt sterile, distant, but no less final. He saw the name of the economist who had scoffed at him turn red in his mind. Status expired. He had been standing in a high-rise in downtown Chicago, a high-rise that was now sagging like melting wax. "The corruption is spreading," Jax reported, his voice tight. A screen showing the feed from a drone just 10 kilometers away from the anchor began to stutter. The pine trees on the mountainside started to twitch unnaturally, their textures flickering between bark and smooth gray plastic. "The event horizon is approaching our position." "It's not an event horizon," Evelyn corrected automatically, her academic brain firing on all cylinders even amidst the terror. "It's a cascading data corruption, a wave of read-write errors." "Whatever the hell it is, it's almost here," Jax grunted. "Let it come," Aiden said calmly. He leaned forward and pressed a single, large, unmarked button on his command console. "Activate the anchor." "Activating reality anchor array," the AI voice announced. its placid tone a stark contrast to the Armageddon playing out on the screens. Deep beneath the fortress, in the lowest sublevel, the massive device Evelyn had only dreamed of and Aiden had built thrummed to life. There was no grand explosion of light, no bone-jarring shockwave. There was only a deep, resonant hum that seemed to vibrate in the very soul, a wave of pure, stabilizing logic, Evelyn's equation made manifest, expanded outwards from the fortress at the speed of light. On the drone feed, the effect was instantaneous and profound. The flickering pine trees snapped back into perfect, stable focus. The jittering ground became solid. The sky, which had begun to show hints of that static green, solidified into a perfect, crisp Colorado blue. A perfect circle of reality, 5 kilometers in radius, had been carved out of the encroaching digital apocalypse. Inside the bubble, the world was as it should be. Outside the bubble was hell. The anchor was an island of sanity in an ocean of madness. Everyone in the command room stared, mouths agape. They saw the hard line where the anchor's influence ended. Beyond that line, the very fabric of the mountain range was tearing apart, rocks phasing through each other, the sky a roiling mess of corrupted code. They were safe. Completely, utterly safe. And in that moment of profound, world-ending silence, a single clean mechanical ping echoed directly inside Aiden's mind. A cascade of crystalline blue text flooded his vision, invisible to everyone else. Critical system failure detected in Project Eden. Standard security protocols failed. Administrative safeguards failed. Anomalous data signature detected. Aiden Reed. Deactivating debug interface for anomalous entity. Welcome, Administrator. The text faded and was replaced by a clean, minimalist heads-up display superimposed over his vision. It was semi-transparent, unobtrusive, but perfectly clear. In the top left corner, there were 4 tabs. Status. Skills. Quests. Map. The system was online. His true advantage wasn't just the knowledge from his past life, it was that the universe's own crash had given him root access. He felt a surge of power, a clarity that was almost overwhelming. His datanmancy, his ability to manipulate data, which had been a weak, intuitive trickle before, now flooded through him like a river bursting its dam. He had officially leveled up. Dinang Tao Tung Du Liu has reached Cap 1. Thuk Tin. Ability unlocked. Data site. Ability unlocked. Infinite inventory. He tested it. He focused his gaze on the half-full mug of coffee sitting on the console next to him. A small, clean text box appeared in his HUD. Object, ceramic mug. Type, common item. Contents, black coffee, 78 degrees. Durability, 12. Effect, grants. Minor focus eye for 10 minutes upon consumption, restores 5 stamina. Data size, 1.2 kilobytes. Holy shit. It was real. Not just intuition. Hard data. His eyes flicked to Jax, who was still scanning the perimeter screens, his posture rigid. Name, Jackson Jax Riley. Species human, awakened. Level 1. Title, The Unbreakable Shield. HP, 250s, 250. Stamina, 180, 180. Status, anxious, focused, loyal. Dinung, Kwatai. Dongnung, kinetic overdrive, latent. Aiden's eyebrows rose slightly. Jax was already awakened, just as he had been in the last life. His power was dormant, waiting for a trigger, but it was there. And the system could even read his emotional state. Loyal. That single word was worth more than all the gold in the world. He then turned his gaze to Evelyn, who was now frantically typing, her face illuminated by the glow of the console. A manic grin plastered across her face. She was in her own twisted version of heaven. Name, Dr. Evelyn Reed. Species, human, awakened. Level 1. Title, The First Theorist. HP, 9595. Mana, 350, 350. Status, terrified, ecstatic, awed. Dinang, Todet Thuktai, reality weaver. Latent. Of course, not stamina, but mana. An immense pool of it. Her power was more esoteric, more cerebral. She wouldn't be punching things. She'd be rewriting the laws of physics that allowed punching to exist in the first place. Finally, he tested the last new toy. He looked at a small silver datapad on the console. Without moving a muscle, he thought, store. The datapad simply vanished. No flash, no sound. It was just gone. The economist, who happened to be looking in that direction, blinked stupidly, rubbing his eyes. Aiden could feel the object now, resting in a non-space, a grid-like inventory that opened in his mind. He focused on an empty slot in the grid. Retrieve. The datapad reappeared in his hand, cool and solid. The world had ended. The laws of reality were shattered, and Aiden Reed had just been handed the developer tools. He stood up, the leather of his command chair sighing softly. The motion drew every eye in the room. They looked at him, the man who had predicted the impossible, built an ark on a mountain, and held back the apocalypse with the push of a button. They looked at him with fear, with awe, with a desperate, pleading hope. Aiden's gaze was cold, clear, and utterly devoid of panic. He looked past them at the screens showing the perfect 5-kilometer circle of safety he had created. His island, his kingdom. "All right," he said, his voice cutting through the stunned silence. "Stage 1 is complete." He looked at his 2 most valuable assets. "Jax, Evelyn, to the briefing room. The real work starts now." The briefing room was a stark contrast to the controlled chaos of the command deck. It was minimalist, functional, all brushed steel and cool blue light emanating from the large tactical table in the center. The moment the reinforced door slid shut, the distant psychological echo of the world's end was silenced. Here, there was only the low hum of the fortress's life support. Aiden walked to the head of the table, his boots making no sound on the polished floor. The new HUD in his vision was a constant stream of information, a layer of absolute truth painted over reality. He could see the faint data signature of the table itself. Item, Tactical Command Table. Durability, 500/500. The era, quality, atmosphere, 99.9% filtered, and the dormant power states of his companions. Jack stood by the door, a sentinel in his natural habitat. His HUD status had shifted slightly. The "Are Anxious" tag had faded, replaced by Vigilant. The Loyal tag, however, seemed to glow brighter in Aiden's perception. Evelyn practically vibrated with energy, her eyes darting everywhere. She ran a hand over the smooth surface of the table, her status, a chaotic mix of exhilarated, intellectually starved, and overwhelmed. Her mind was a supercomputer trying to process 1 billion impossible data points at once. "Okay," Aiden began, his voice cutting through the quiet. "The world as we knew it is over. It wasn't an asteroid. It wasn't a plague. It wasn't war. It was a system crash. Our universe is a simulation, and someone somewhere hit the delete key." Evelyn nodded furiously. "My God, it's exactly as I hypothesized. The brain-world collisions, the holographic principle, they were all just shadows of the truth. We weren't observing quantum mechanics. We were reverse engineering the rendering engine." Jax just grunted. "So what does that make the freaky shit happening outside? Bad software?" "The worst," Aiden confirmed. "Glitches, corrupted assets, read-write errors. They are not alive. They are just broken. And they break everything they touch. But they are not our only problem." He was about to bring up the holographic map to show them the location of Chicago and explain the necessity of the coming expedition when a soft, polite chime echoed through the room. It was the external comms. The AI's voice, calm as ever, announced, "Incoming Priority 1 hail. Source, the Anchor main gate, surface level." Jack stiffened. "Surface? Nothing should be able to get through that storm." Aiden felt a cold smile touch his lips. He knew. Of course he knew. Some parts of the timeline were as fixed as constants in the source code. "Put it on the main screen," he ordered. The wall behind the tactical table shimmered and came to life, displaying a high-definition feed from a camera mounted above the 10-meter-thick Aegis door. Outside was a maelstrom of digital chaos. What should have been wind and snow was a blizzard of data trash. Pixelated static swirled in the air like razor blades. The sound was a nightmare. Not the howl of wind, but a distorted jumble of sounds. A baby's cry, a snippet of a commercial jingle, a gunshot, a dial tone, all mashed together into a grinding shriek. The very ground seemed to jitter, its rocky texture flickering in and out of focus. Huddled against the immense metal door, pathetic and desperate, was a group of about a dozen people. Their expensive, tailored clothes were ripped and smeared with grime. Their faces, once arrogant and smug, were now masks of pure animalistic terror. Aiden recognized every single one of them. There was his Uncle Marcus, his father's brother, a man who had called Aiden's preparations the deluded fantasies of a pathetic trust fund kid. There was Tiffany, the blonde bombshell who had dated him for his money for 2 months before dumping him publicly at a gala, calling him a boring, paranoid weirdo. And leading them, his face a mess of freezing tears and snot, was Brandon Vance, his former business rival, a man who had once tried to orchestrate a hostile takeover of Aiden's first tech startup. Evelyn gasped. My God, how did they even survive out there? Aiden focused his hiatus sight on the group. A cascade of information filled his HUD. Name, Marcus Reed. Species, human. Level, Ziyoko. HP, 24 ASI, 110. Status, hypothermic, terrified, entitled. Name, Tiffany Lane. Keys, human. Vazirisi. HP, 19. Ninidikoi. Status, panicked, desperate, scheming. Brandon Vance. Species, Amon. Full. "31. 1 Status, broken pride, desperate, hateful. Useless, Aiden thought. Not just useless, but liabilities. Data packets taking up space.
Aiden! Aiden! We know you're in there!
Brandon Vance screamed, his voice tinny and distorted by the comm system. He hammered a fist against the unyielding metal, a futile gesture.
For the love of God, open the door! It's hell out here!
Tiffany shoved him aside, her face pressed close to the camera lens. Her makeup was a disaster, streaked across her cheeks.
Aiden, baby, it's me! Tiff, I was wrong, okay? You were right. You were right about everything. Please just let us in. I'll do anything, I swear.
His Uncle Marcus tried to appeal to family.
Aiden, it's your uncle. Your blood. You can't just leave us out here to die. Your father would be ashamed of you.
Jax looked at Aiden, his expression unreadable stone. Evelyn looked uncomfortable, her scientific curiosity clashing with the raw, ugly human drama on the screen. Aiden calmly walked to a small automated dispenser in the corner of the room.
"Coffee black,"
he said. A steaming mug materialized in a small alcove. He took it, the warmth seeping into his hands. He took a slow, deliberate sip, his eyes never leaving the screen. He didn't answer them. He let them scream. He let them beg and threaten and cry. He let their desperation build to a fever pitch, their raw panic a symphony of vindication. Their words were just meaningless noise, the last vestiges of a world that no longer had any rules they understood. Finally, after a long minute, he walked back to the console. He pressed a button.
"Activate internal tour camera. Patch it to their feed."
On the screen, the view suddenly split. One side showed the hellscape outside. The other side showed paradise. The camera feed, controlled by Aiden's thoughts, began a slow, smooth pan. It started with him, standing calm and composed in his clean, tactical gear, sipping his coffee. Then it moved on. It showed the vast, multi-level hydroponics bay, rows upon rows of lush green vegetables thriving under brilliant grow eyes. Lights. A vibrant splash of life against the gray death of the world. The people on screen fell silent, their jaws slack with disbelief. The camera continued, showing the fully stocked mess hall. Shelves groaning under the weight of canned goods, vacuum-sealed packs of meat, and bags of grains. It showed the pristine, high-tech medical bay, with auto docks and beds that looked more comfortable than any five-star hotel. Then, for the grand finale, the feed switched to the main command deck they had just left. It showed the scores of professionals, the rescued assets, now safe, clothed, and eating warm meals. It showed the holographic Earth spinning peacefully. It showed the dozens of screens displaying the calm, stable bubble of reality the anchor projected. It showed a haven. It showed a kingdom. The contrast was absolute. It was a sledgehammer to their souls. The begging and screaming died in their throats, replaced by a choked, rasping sound of pure, unadulterated envy and despair. They weren't just looking at a shelter. They were looking at everything they had lost, everything they had mocked, now held in the hands of the very man they had scorned. Aiden leaned toward the microphone, his voice smooth and cold as liquid nitrogen.
"A few months ago,"
he began, his tone conversational,
"I was a paranoid weirdo. I was a deluded, fantasy-prone kid. I was wasting my fortune on a hole in the ground."
He let the words hang in the air, each one a separate ghost of their past arrogance, You, he said, his gaze locking onto Brandon Vance's weeping face through the camera. You said I was committing financial suicide and tried to gut my company while I was distracted. His gaze shifted to Tiffany. You said I was no fun and that my obsession with the end of the world was pathetic. I believe your exact words were, I'd rather date a rock. Finally, he looked at his uncle. And you? You told me I was dishonoring my father's memory by not investing in sensible things, like hedge funds and real estate in cities that no longer exist. He took another sip of his coffee. The silence was deafening, broken only by the digital shriek of the data storm outside. Well, look at you now, banging on the door of my hole in the ground, crying for the paranoid weirdo to save you. Funny how things work out. Please, Marcus whimpered, all pretense of authority gone. Aiden, we're family. Aiden's face was a perfect mask of apathy. The Anchor has a strict policy, he said, his voice flat and final. It was the very first rule I established. He looked directly into the camera, at all of their broken, pleading faces. No trash allowed. And with a simple thought, he cut the connection. The screen went blank. The briefing room was silent again. The only sound was the soft hum of the systems and the faint clink of Aiden's mug as he placed it on the tactical table. Jax let out a slow, quiet breath. A small, almost imperceptible nod of respect. He had seen commanders make hard decisions before, but this was different. This wasn't just tactical. It was a judgment, a necessary amputation to save the body. The loyal tag in Aiden's vision seemed to solidify, etched in diamond. Evelyn stared at the blank screen, then at Aiden. The awe in her status tag was now the dominant emotion. She wasn't just looking at a man with incredible foresight. She was looking at a king who had just defined the borders of his kingdom in the most brutal, absolute way possible. He hadn't just built a fortress of steel and concrete. He had built it with a foundation of ice-cold resolve. The assets in the command center saw that, she said softly. Good, Aiden replied without turning. Let them. Let everyone in this facility understand. Their survival is not a right. It's a privilege, granted by me. Their skills are useful. Their old world status, their connections, their feelings mean nothing. Here, there are only two categories, assets and liabilities. There is no third option. He turned back to the tactical table, the incident already forgotten, a piece of old data purged from his cache. His focus was back on the future, on the mission. He tapped the surface of the table, and a holographic map of North America sprang to life. A single point glowed with an angry, corrupted red. Now, he said, his voice regaining its command tone, let's talk about Chicago. The holographic map of North America dissolved into shimmering particles, its angry red dot over Chicago vanishing. Aiden turned away from the tactical table, his gaze sweeping over Jax and Evelyn. The incident at the gate, the raw and pathetic display of human desperation, had served its purpose. It was a filter, a brutal but necessary first lesson. But for the 200 souls now living under his roof, the lesson needed to be codified. A kingdom needed laws. Chicago can wait, Aiden announced, his voice echoing slightly in the briefing room. Before we plan any long-range expedition, we need to get our own house in order. We're not a refugee camp. We are the foundation of what comes next. He gestured for them to follow, striding out of the room and into the main artery of the Anchor. The wide, brightly lit corridor buzzed with a new kind of energy, No longer the shell-shocked panic of a few hours ago, but a nervous, tentative hum of activity. People, engineers, doctors, technicians, soldiers, all hand-picked and rescued by Aiden in the final days, now moved with a sense of purpose, even if they didn't fully understand it yet.
"Announce a general assembly in the Central Plaza in 10 minutes,
Aiden commanded, his voice broadcast directly to the facility's AI.
"Attendance is mandatory."
The Central Plaza was the heart of the Anchor, a massive, cavernous space designed to combat the psychological toll of living underground. The ceiling soared 50 meters high, covered in a vast array of LED panels that perfectly mimicked the sky outside, currently displaying a calm, cloudless blue, a defiant lie against the digital blizzard raging on the surface. In the center of the plaza, a real genetically engineered oak tree grew, its roots sunk deep into a massive hydroponic bed. It was a symbol of life and stability. Within minutes, all 200 residents of the Anchor had gathered. They stood in nervous clusters, their faces a mixture of gratitude, anxiety, and awe. They looked at the clean floors, the fresh, filtered air they breathed, the impossible tree, and then at the man who stood before them on a slightly raised platform. Aiden stood flanked by Jax and Evelyn. Jax was an immovable mountain in his full tactical gear, his presence alone a guarantee of order. Evelyn, in her lab coat, represented the intellect and reason that made this sanctuary possible.
"Welcome,"
Aiden began, his voice amplified throughout the plaza, clear and without static.
"Welcome to the Anchor. For all of you, the old world is dead. Its rules are gone. Its currency is worthless. Your social status, your family name, your online followers, all of it has been deleted."
A murmur went through the crowd. He let them absorb it.
"Here, we have a new system. It's simple. It's fair. It is absolute,"
he continued, pacing slowly.
"I am in command. My word is law. This is not a democracy. There are no votes. Survival is not a negotiation."
He pointed to Jax.
"Jackson Riley is the head of security and tactical operations. His authority in those matters is second only to mine. You will obey his orders without question. Disobeying an order from him is the same as disobeying me."
Jax gave a single, sharp nod, his eyes scanning the crowd with an unnerving intensity. Fear and respect rippled through the onlookers. Aiden then gestured to Evelyn.
"Dr. Evelyn Reed is the head of research and development. She is in charge of this facility's technology, its long-term sustainability, and understanding the nature of our new reality. Her labs and her personnel are off-limits to everyone without her express permission."
Evelyn adjusted her glasses, looking slightly uncomfortable with the attention but resolute.
"Now, for the rest of you,"
Aiden said, his voice dropping slightly, becoming more personal.
"You are not prisoners. You are not refugees I took in out of pity. You were chosen. Each of you has a skill that is vital to our survival. You are engineers, doctors, programmers, farmers, soldiers. You are assets, and assets are expected to perform."
He raised a hand, and a massive holographic screen flickered to life behind him. It displayed a complex chart.
"This is the contribution system," he explained. "Every job in the Anchor, from scrubbing the hydroponic filters to calibrating the reality anchor array, has a point value. You work, you contribute, you earn points. These points are your new currency. With them, you can requisition better living quarters, better food, access to the virtual reality entertainment suite, personal project materials,
Anything beyond the basic necessities of life. Those who contribute the most, get the most. Those who contribute nothing, get nothing. If you become a liability, you will be removed. The threat was unspoken but hung in the air, as cold and heavy as the 10-meter-thick door at the main gate. The memory of the broadcast they had all seen, of the desperate people left to die outside, was still fresh in their minds. "Your new lives begin now," Aiden finished. "Assignments will be posted in 1 hour. Dismissed." The crowd dispersed, not with relief, but with a new grim determination. They understood. The world hadn't just ended. It had been replaced. And this was the new operating system. As they walked away, Aiden's focus shifted. His data sight flared to life, a layer of brilliant blue code overlaying his vision. He wasn't just looking at people anymore. He was looking at their data signatures, their core programming. He scanned the entire crowd of 200 souls in less than 3 seconds, scanning for anomalous data signatures. Scan complete. Potential awakened, 7 detected. A list of names and locations appeared in his private HUD. A young, mousy-looking network technician named Leo, who was nervously checking a datapad. A former firefighter. A woman named Maria, whose broad shoulders still held the memory of carrying people from burning buildings. A quiet botanist who worked in the hydroponics bay. 4 others, scattered among the crowd. 7. Better than last time, Aiden thought. In his previous life, it had taken a month of bloody, chaotic encounters before the first person other than him had awakened. This time, he would kickstart the process. "Jax," Aiden said, "get me those 7 people. Bring them to Training Room Gamma. Quietly." Jax nodded and peeled off, his movements silent and efficient. Evelyn stared at Aiden, her eyes wide with curiosity. "What was that? What did you just see?" "The future," Aiden said simply. "Our first real soldiers." Training Room Gamma was a stark white space, empty except for a series of strange, metallic pads on the floor. When the 7 chosen individuals were brought in, they looked terrified. They thought they had done something wrong, that they were the first to be deemed liabilities. "Relax," Aiden said as he entered, the door hissing shut behind him. "You're not in trouble. You're here for a promotion." He looked them over. They were a random assortment of humanity, united by one invisible fact. Their code had a hidden potential. "The world runs on code now," he began, skipping all pleasantries. "Most people are just users with standard permissions, but some, like you, have a dormant admin flag in your data. An untapped potential to execute commands, to edit reality on a small scale. We call this awakening." He focused on the firefighter, Maria. You've always had an instinct for where structure is weakest, haven't you? A gut feeling about which way a fire will spread." Maria looked startled. Yeah, I guess. Just experience." "It's not experience," Aiden corrected. "It's a low-level data read. You're subconsciously sensing the structural integrity data. You just don't know how to read it consciously." He then turned to the technician, Leo. You can sometimes feel when a network is about to crash, can't you? A weird static in the back of your mind." Leo paled. How did you know that?" "I know because I have the same ability, only on a much higher level," Aiden stated plainly. "I'm going to teach you how to access it, how to control it." He didn't wait for more questions. "This isn't about meditation or finding your inner chi. This is a technical process.
I'm going to send a very specific data packet into your systems. It's like a password prompt. Your job is to simply accept it. Don't fight it. Don't question it. Just open the damn door when you feel the knock."
Before they could process his words, a piercing klaxon suddenly blared through the facility. Red lights flashed across the white walls of the training room. "Warning. Warning. Reality distortion detected. Sector 4, West Perimeter." And then, a new element appeared in Aiden's vision. It wasn't his usual HUD. It was a crisp, official-looking window outlined in gold light. It had appeared in front of him, a global notification from the universe's debug interface. Side quest: Patch perimeter security breach. Description: a minor data rift is forming near the geothermal power conduit. Leaking data packets are beginning to corrupt local reality. If left unchecked, the instability could cascade and damage the reality anchor array, neutralize all corrupted data entities, and stabilize the rift. Objectives: eliminate leaking glitches, 0-3. Warm seal the data rift, 0-1. Rewards: 500 system points. Blueprint: logic reinforced combat armor. Plus 100 anchor and TI integrity. Evelyn, standing near the door, gasped. Her own dower, Reality Weaver, allowed her to sense the disturbance on an intuitive level. A rift! It's small, but it's tearing at the fabric. It feels jagged. Jax's voice came over the comms in Aiden's ear. "Aiden, I have a visual. 3 entities. They look wrong, scrambled, like TV static gave birth to wolves." The 7 potential awakeners were panicking, the alarm and the talk of glitches overwhelming them. Aiden's lips curved into a sharp smile. There was no better teacher than experience. "Change of plans," he announced to the terrified group, his voice cutting through their fear like a knife. He pointed to the trembling technician. "Leo. And you, Maria." He pointed to the firefighter. "You're with me. The rest of you, stay here. Don't move." He strode towards the door, his purpose absolute. This wasn't a problem. This was an opportunity. A live fire exercise. "Evelyn, get to the main lab. I want a full spectrum analysis of that rift. Give me hard numbers on the reality distortion index," he commanded. "Jax, meet me at the Sector 4 airlock. Standard loadout, but bring the eraser rounds." He paused at the door and looked back at the 2 recruits he had selected. Leo looked like he was about to vomit. Maria was pale, but her jaw was set, a flicker of her old firefighter courage shining through. "Welcome to the front lines," Aiden said, his tone devoid of any sympathy. "Class is now in session." The 10-meter-thick alloy door of the Sector 4 airlock was a monument to paranoia and overkill. Now, it was the only thing separating the sterile, ordered reality of the anchor from the digital nightmare outside. Aiden stood before it, flanked by a fully kitted Jax, who held his M4A1 with the practiced ease of a man born to wield it. Behind them, Leo and Maria looked like they were about to face a firing squad. Leo, the network technician, was visibly shaking, his face pale and slick with sweat. His eyes darted around the cold metallic room as if looking for an escape route that didn't exist. Maria, the former firefighter, was just as pale, but she held her fear differently. It was coiled tight in her stomach, but her shoulders were squared, her jaw set. She looked like a woman staring into the heart of a 5-alarm blaze, terrified but refusing to break. "Listen up." Aiden's voice was sharp, cutting through the low hum of the airlock's power systems. It wasn't a voice of comfort. It was the voice of command. Your gut feelings, your instincts, that's your subconscious reading raw data. It's screaming at you right now because everything out there is wrong. It's corrupted. You're going to feel dizzy. You might get nauseous. Your vision might swim. They call that the static effect. Fight it. Focus on my voice. Focus on Jax. We are your anchor out there, got it? Maria gave a sharp, jerky nod. Leo managed a pathetic squeak that might have been a yes. Jack stepped forward, unclipping 2 magazines from his tactical vest. They were heavier than standard issue, the tips of the bullets a dull, heavy gray. "Special loadout," he grunted, handing one to Maria for the sidearm she'd been issued and keeping one for himself. They were just standard heavy-grain rounds to him, nothing more. Aiden didn't take one. His own M4A1 was already loaded with a magazine that looked identical. "Those are tungsten core penetrators," he lied smoothly. "They hit harder. You'll need it." He didn't need to explain the truth to them yet. They wouldn't understand. Hell, even Jax wouldn't. Seeing is believing. "Jax, you're on point. Maria, stick close to him. Leo, you're with me. Your only job is to stay behind me and not die. Do not fire unless I tell you to. Do not move unless I tell you to. Clear?" "Crystal," Jax confirmed. "Yes, sir," Maria said, her voice tight. Leo just nodded again, his knuckles white where he gripped the pistol he had been given. He looked like he'd be more likely to shoot his own foot than any enemy. "Open the gate," Aiden commanded the AI. A deep, grinding groan echoed through the chamber as massive hydraulic pistons engaged. The colossal slab of metal began to retract into the wall, agonizingly slow. The first crack of the outside world appeared, not with light, but with a sickening wash of purple. An unnatural digital violet bled into the room, and with it came the feeling. It was like low-frequency bass vibrating directly in their skulls. Leo gasped and stumbled back, pressing his hands to his temples. Maria grimaced, her eyes squeezing shut for a second. Even Jax, the unshakable mountain of a man, let out a low curse, his head twitching to the side. It was a pressure, a wrongness that scraped against the very code of their existence. Aiden felt it too, but for him, it was different. His data site automatically flared to life, translating the nauseating chaos into something he could understand. He saw the corrupt data packets leaking through the air, visualized the malformed code that screamed of instability. To him, it wasn't just a feeling, it was a diagnostic report. The gate fully opened, revealing the landscape. Holy shit! The sky wasn't a sky. It was a digital ceiling, a vast dome of swirling, pixelated purple and black, with seams of broken code occasionally flickering across it like lightning. The ground of the Rocky Mountains was still there, but it was unstable. Patches of rock and dirt would suddenly flicker and resolve into a green wireframe grid for a second before snapping back to their normal texture. There was no wind, no birdsong. The only sound was the humming, vibrating static that seemed to emanate from reality itself. And then they saw them. About 50 yards away, near the massive, armored conduit that housed the geothermal power lines, were the glitches. The report said 3. Jax had called them wolves made of TV static. He was right, but it was so much worse in person. They had the general shape of massive hounds, but their bodies were a horrifying collage of broken data. A leg would be made of shimmering, jagged chrome, while its torso was a constantly shifting texture of cracked concrete. Its head was a blurry, duplicated mess of canine teeth and snarling muzzles, phasing in and out of existence so fast it left after images. They didn't walk. They jittered across the ground, teleporting a few feet at a time with a sound like a corrupted audio file skipping.
"What in God's name?"
Maria whispered, her firefighter's courage wavering in the face of something so fundamentally impossible.
"No gods here,"
Aiden said flatly.
"Just bugs in the system." "Engaging,"
Jax announced, his training taking over. He raised his rifle, sighted on the nearest glitch hound, and fired a controlled 3-round burst.
"TRP, TRP, TRP."
The tungsten core rounds slammed into the creature's side. For a glorious moment, it worked. The hound exploded into a cloud of chaotic pixels and screeching static.
"Target down!"
Jax called out. But a second later, the pixels began to coalesce. Like iron filings drawn to an unseen magnet, the particles swirled, reformed, and snapped back into the shape of the glitch hound. It looked completely unharmed, its multiple muzzles turning to fixate on them. Its silent snarl seemed to mock them.
"What the hell?"
Jax growled, his confidence shaken.
"It just rebooted. I told you."
Aiden's voice was calm, almost casual.
"Standard weapons only disrupt their data. They don't erase it. It's like restarting a program that crashed."
Leo was now hyperventilating behind him.
"We're gonna die. Oh God, we're gonna die." "Shut up."
Aiden snapped without looking back. He stepped forward, moving past Jax's position.
"My turn."
Jax started to protest.
"Aiden, get back. That thing's—"
He never finished the sentence. He was too busy watching what Aiden was doing. Aiden raised his M4A1. To the others, he just looked like he was aiming. But in his own vision, a universe of information was unfolding. He focused his will, his dower, his very essence as an anomalous data entity, activating skill, data manipulation, edit. A faint, ethereal blue light, invisible to everyone else, began to glow in his eyes. He wasn't looking at the magazine in his rifle as a physical object. He was looking at its core data, its intrinsic properties. He pictured the command he wanted, the simplest, most brutal line of code he could write at his current level. Input command, delete, on impact. Blue, intricate lines of what looked like alien script flowed from his HUD, down his arm, and seemingly into the rifle itself. The code wrapped around the data signature of each of the 30 rounds in his magazine, embedding the command deep within their programming. A sliver of the blue bar in the corner of his vision, his MP, drained away. It was a tiny cost for what he was about to do. Logic inscription complete. Ammunition status changed to eraser rounds.
"Watch and learn,"
Aiden said, his voice level.
"This is lesson 1.
He raised the rifle. No tension in his shoulders, no wasted movement. He was as calm as if he were on a shooting range. The first glitch hound jittered towards them, its form distorting the very air around it. Aiden squeezed the trigger. There was no thunderous crack of a normal rifle shot. Instead, a soft phut sound escaped the barrel, and a single round shot out, leaving a thin, brilliant blue tracer in its wake. It wasn't flying like a bullet. It was moving like a command line executing. The eraser round didn't hit the glitch hound. It made contact. The moment the blue tracer touched the creature's malformed shoulder, there was no explosion, no spray of pixels, no screech of static. the glitch hound just vanished. One frame, it was a horrifying, reality-bending monster 50 yards away. The next frame, it was simply gone. Deleted from existence. Air where it had been shimmered for a half second before settling back to its normal corrupted state. Nothing was left. No body, no dust, not even a lingering data signature. Silence. The only sound was Leo's hitched, choked-off gasp. Jack stood frozen, his M4A1 held halfway up. His mouth was slightly open, his eyes wide. The hardened seen-it-all Navy SEAL, a man who had faced down terrorists and stared death in the face a dozen times, looked utterly, profoundly, foundation-shakingly confused.
"The fuck?"
he breathed out, the words barely audible. Maria's expression was a mirror of his. Her knuckles were white on her pistol, but her arms had gone slack. Her brain, which understood fire dynamics and structural collapse, was trying and failing to process a world where things could be simply unexisted by a bullet. Aiden didn't bask in their shock. The other two hounds were now scrambling towards them, their movements erratic and hostile. "Foot!" he fired again. The second blue tracer lanced out and connected with the next hound. Poof! Gone. Deleted. Foot! The third and final hound, the one closest to them, met the same fate. It was erased mid-stride, one of its glitching chrome legs raised to pounce. In the span of 5 seconds, the entire threat had been neutralized. Not defeated, not killed. Deleted. Wiped from the hard drive of reality. Aiden lowered his rifle, the barrel not even warm. "That," he said, turning to his shell-shocked team, "is how you fight in this world." As the last echo of their non-existence faded, something clattered to the ground where the third hound had been. It was a small, pulsating cube, about the size of a Rubik's cube. It glowed with a chaotic, ugly light, shifting between purple, red, and a staticky black. Corrupted code scrolled across its surface too fast to read. Glitch core, degraded, obtained. "What is that thing?" Maria asked, her voice trembling slightly as she finally found it. "The dregs. The compressed error log," Aiden replied, walking forward calmly. He knelt and picked it up. The chaotic energy felt like holding a live wire and a block of ice at the same time. "Useless like this, but..." He held the cube in his palm. "Activating skill. Data manipulation. Purify." His hand was suddenly engulfed in a brilliant, clean blue light. The ugly, chaotic energy of the cube was drawn into the light, which spun and compressed it. The screeching static sound died down, replaced by a harmonious chime. The ugly colors were stripped away, refined, and filtered. When the light faded, the unstable cube was gone. In its place, resting in Aiden's palm, was a perfect, translucent blue crystal. It hummed with a quiet, stable power, pure information given form. Purification complete. Pure data core small. Obtained. Without a word, he closed his fist. The crystal shattered into 1,000,000 points of light and flowed directly into his skin, absorbed into his body. A jolt of pure energy surged through him. It wasn't a physical sensation, but an informational one. It felt like his mind was being defragmented and upgraded simultaneously. The operating system of his soul ran smoother, faster. Data core absorbed. Dower, data manipulation, proficiency increased. New function unlocked. Conditional logic scripting If, then. A smile touched Aiden's lips. So that's how it works. I can write simple if-then statements now. The possibilities made his mind race. A trap that only triggers if an enemy steps on it. A shield that only activates if a projectile is detected. The power jump from this one tiny crystal was immense. He stood up and turned back to his team. Jax had finally lowered his rifle, but he was still just staring at Aiden, a new expression on his face. The skepticism was gone. The professional respect was still there, but now it was tinged with something else. Awe, and a healthy dose of fear.
Okay,
Jax said finally, his voice rough.
New rules.
I get it. Aiden offered a thin, predatory smile.
Good. Lesson 1 is over.
He gestured with his rifle towards the massive geothermal conduit, where a faint, shimmering tear in reality was still visible, leaking a slow trickle of corrupt data into the world.
Now, let's go patch that hole. Class is still in session.
The walk towards the shimmering tear in reality was an exercise in controlled tension. Jax moved with a new kind of caution, his eyes not just scanning for physical threats, but for the impossible. Maria was close behind him, her gaze fixed on Aiden's back as if he were a living lighthouse in a sea of madness. Leo, thankfully, had stopped his hyperventilating and was now just numb, shuffling along like a ghost. The source of the corruption was a massive, armored conduit pipe as thick as a bus, snaking its way down the mountainside from the geothermal plant. Right where it met a concrete junction, the air warped and buckled. It looked like heat haze over asphalt, but it felt cold, and the low, skull-vibrating hum was strongest here. Through the distortion, you could see glimpses of a chaotic, alien geometry that didn't belong. Corrupted data, looking like black, oily sludge, was trickling out of the tear and seeping into the ground, causing the nearby rocks to flicker between their normal state and a green wireframe. A small, armored vehicle, like a futuristic golf cart, whirred up the service road to meet them. Dr. Evelyn Reed was in the passenger seat, her face pale but her eyes burning with an intensity that bordered on manic. She practically leaped out before the vehicle stopped, a sophisticated-looking tablet already in her hand. "The energy fluctuations are off the charts," she said, her voice a rapid-fire burst of excitement and dread. She wasn't even looking at them. Her eyes were glued to the rift. "It's not radiation, not EMF. It's like the universe's background noise has a virus. The readings are nonsensical." Shah finally looked at Aiden, her gaze sharp and questioning. "Your report said you neutralized the entities. How?" "My team registered 3 massive spikes of anomalous energy, followed by 3 instances of instantaneous, total energy cessation. They didn't die. They were unmade. That shouldn't be possible." Aiden gave her a slight nod. "They were corrupted files, Doctor. I just hit delete." Evelyn's mouth opened, then closed. Her brilliant scientific mind, which could conceptualize 11 dimensions, couldn't find a file for that statement. "Show me," she whispered, her curiosity overriding her fear. Aiden stepped forward, ignoring the nauseating pressure from the rift. In his data site, the tear was a gaping wound in the source code, with sloppy, broken lines of script bleeding out. He raised a hand, not in a mystical gesture, but like a programmer pointing a cursor. "The tear is a persistent error in the environmental code," he explained, his voice calm and steady for the benefit of the others. "It's trying to load a deleted asset and failing, creating an infinite loop that stresses the local reality." He focused his will.
Activating skill. Data manipulation. Edit. He didn't need to write new code this time, just patch the old. He visualized the broken lines, the corrupted commands. Then, with a surge of his power, he highlighted the entire block of faulty code and wrote a single elegant command over it. Error. 404. Lufpua. Terminated. Reroute to null. Save changes. From his outstretched hand, a stream of pure blue data flowed out. It wasn't a beam of light, but something more fundamental. It hit the shimmering rift, not with force, but with information. The blue code overlaid the ugly, distorted gash, and like a digital suture, it began to pull the edges of the tear together. The sick purple light flickered violently. The low, vibrating hum rose to a painful shriek for a single second, and then silence. The air snapped back into focus. The shimmering distortion vanished. The rocks stopped flickering. The pressure in their skulls was gone. The world was still a broken, pixelated sky nightmare, but this one small corner of it was stable again. Silence fell, thick and heavy. Leo just stared. Maria blinked, shaking her head as if to clear it. Jax let out a long, slow breath he hadn't realized he was holding. Evelyn's tablet was beeping frantically. She stared at the screen, then at the spot where the rift had been, then at Aiden. Her expression was one of pure, unadulterated shock. It's stable. The background noise is back to baseline. You patched reality itself, like a software update.
Exactly,
Aiden said, lowering his hand. A notification popped up in his vision. Emergency quest. Close the geothermal rift. Complete. Rewards, 500 system points. Blueprint. Logic reinforced combat armor. Tier 1. Perfect. Let's head back, Aiden announced. The real work is just beginning. Back. Inside the sterile, controlled environment of the Anchor's command center, the mood was a strange mix of relief and profound unease. Leo and Maria were quickly whisked away by a medical team for debriefing and psych evaluation. They wouldn't stop talking about what they saw, and the legend of Aiden's 5-second battle would spread through the bunker's 1,000 inhabitants like wildfire by dinner time. Aiden, Jax, and Evelyn remained. The giant hollow screen on the wall showed a live feed of the now stable geothermal conduit. I need to study this, Evelyn said, pacing back and forth. The data I collected. If your explanation is true, if this world is a simulation, then you didn't just perform a miracle. You performed a debug command. This changes everything. This means the damage, it might be repairable.
It is,
Aiden confirmed. But repair requires tools and protection. He looked at Evelyn, his gaze piercing.
I have the schematics for a new type of body armor. It's not about stopping bullets. It's about stabilizing the wearer's own data signature against the static effect and low-level corruption fields. I'm sending the blueprint to your lab's mainframe now.
He tapped a few commands onto a nearby console. On Evelyn's personal tablet, a new file appeared. Project Aegis V1.D8. Her eyes widened as she opened it. The screen filled with complex diagrams, material requirements that made her eyebrows shoot up, and lines of what looked like physics-defying equations. It was decades beyond anything she had ever seen. This is, she stammered, scrolling frantically. This isn't just armor. This is wearable reality stabilizer technology. The energy channeling, the data weave composite. My God, Aiden,
Where did you get this?
I know things,
Aiden said simply, leaving no room for argument.
Can you and your team build it?
Evelyn's initial shock was rapidly replaced by the fervent passion of a scientist given the problem of a lifetime. Build it? Aiden, this is the most beautiful piece of engineering I've ever seen. Give me a week and I'll have a working prototype. Give me the resources and I'll outfit our entire security team.
You have them, Aiden said. Jax, coordinate with the doctor. Give her whatever she needs from the armory and the fabrication bay.
Jax, who had been silent this whole time, just nodded. He was still processing. The image of the glitch hounds being deleted was burned into his mind. Aiden wasn't just a smart rich kid who prepared for the apocalypse. He was something else. Something powerful on a level Jax couldn't comprehend. But he was on their side. That was all that mattered. 3 days later, the fabrication bay was a hive of activity. The huge, warehouse-sized space echoed with the hum of industrial 3D printers, the hiss of plasma cutters, and the shouts of engineers. Evelyn and her team were working around the clock, fueled by caffeine and the sheer thrill of scientific discovery, trying to bring the Aegis armor to life. Jax, feeling restless and wanting to contribute with his hands, was helping the logistics crew. His job today was to operate a heavy-duty magnetic crane, moving massive I-beams of raw titanium alloy from the storage racks to the CNC machines. He was a mountain of muscle and focus, maneuvering the multi-ton beam with delicate precision. He lowered it slowly towards the machine bed, his eyes narrowed, sweat beading on his brow under the harsh workshop lights.
A little to the left, Jax,
an engineer shouted over the din. Jax nudged the controls. The beam shifted.
Like that?
Perfect. Hold it. Hold it. That's when it happened. A high-pitched whine started from the crane's main power conduit. A thick, armored cable running along the gantry. A shower of brilliant yellow sparks erupted from a joint where the cable was frayed. A flaw missed in the last maintenance check. Before anyone could shout a warning, a massive arc of raw, untamed electricity, thousands of volts, leapt from the broken cable. It didn't hit the crane. It hit Jax. The bolt slammed into his shoulder. His entire body went rigid, lit up like a Christmas tree. His muscles, already massive, bulged to an inhuman degree. The air crackled, smelling sharply of ozone. The magnetic clamps on the crane died, and the 10-ton titanium beam dropped. "Jax!" people screamed, scrambling back in panic. But the beam didn't crush him. Jax, caught in the storm of electricity, let out a guttural, inhuman roar. It wasn't just a sound of pain. It was a sound of defiance. He threw his hands up instinctively, not to shield himself, but to catch the falling I-beam. His hands met the metal. There was a deafening boom that had nothing to do with the electricity. It was the sound of kinetic energy being unleashed. The falling I-beam, all 10 tons of it, didn't crush him. It stopped dead in the air, its momentum completely and utterly absorbed. The metal where his hands touched it glowed a faint cherry red. The electrical arc, seeing a new path of least resistance, surged with renewed fury, pouring directly into Jax's body. He was a lightning rod, a conduit of pure power. But he wasn't burning. He wasn't dying. He was absorbing it.
"Shut off the main breaker! Someone shut it off!"
An engineer shrieked, fumbling for a control panel.
"No, don't!"
A new voice cut through the chaos, cold and absolute. Aiden! He had arrived, moving with a speed that seemed impossible. He pushed through the panicked crowd of workers.
"Everyone back! Give him space, now!"
His eyes were glowing with that same faint blue light from the battle. He wasn't looking at a man being electrocuted. He was reading a status window that only he could see. Alert! Potential dour awakening detected in subject Jackson Jax Riley. Dour, kinetic overdrive latent. Awakening process initiated due to massive external energy influx. Current state, critically unstable. Energy flow, chaotic. 65% chance of success. 35% chance of catastrophic cellular disintegration. Recommendation: stabilize subject's data flow to guide kinetic energy absorption. Just as I thought, Aiden's mind raced. This is it. His chance. My chance. Jax was on one knee now, still holding the I-beam aloft with one hand, his entire body trembling violently as raw electricity danced across his skin. His face was a mask of agony, his teeth gritted so hard it looked like they might shatter.
Aiden, what's happening to me?
He gasped, his voice a raw growl.
Your body is rebooting, Jax,
Aiden said, his voice a calm anchor in the storm of fear. He walked forward, stepping into the crackling field of energy that made everyone else's hair stand on end.
Don't fight it. Guide it.
He placed his hand firmly on Jax's sparking shoulder. Activating skill. Data manipulation. Edit. Target: Jax Riley's energy flow. Command: create stable. Pathway: redirect excess to muscle cell groups. A wave of clean blue data flowed from Aiden's palm into Jax's body. It was like pouring a cooling liquid into a runaway nuclear reactor. The blue light wrapped around the chaotic, crackling yellow electricity, taming it, organizing it. It stopped tearing Jax apart from the inside and started flowing into coherent pathways, reinforcing his cells, supercharging his muscles. Jax let out a final, deafening roar. It was a sound of agony transforming into pure, unadulterated power. The electricity pouring into him was finally absorbed, the last spark dying with a final fizzle. The lights in the workshop flickered and stabilized. Silence. Slowly, Jax rose to his full height. He wasn't trembling anymore. He looked down at his hands, then at the massive I-beam he was still holding up with one arm as if it were a cardboard tube. He looked bigger, harder. The air around him seemed to hum with contained energy. He turned his head and looked at a half-finished bulkhead wall nearby, a solid slab of reinforced steel, 30 centimeters thick. Without a word, he turned, drew his arm back, and punched it. It wasn't a normal punch. There was a compressed boom of displaced air. The moment his fist made contact, the kinetic energy he had absorbed from the electricity and the falling beam unleashed itself in a single, focused point. The 30-centimeter steel plate didn't just dent, it buckled. A perfect, fist-shaped crater, a foot deep, was punched into the metal as if it were clay. The entire bulkhead wall groaned, and spiderweb cracks spread out from the point of impact. Jax stared at his fist. It was completely unharmed. He looked at the crater. Then he turned and looked at Aiden. The defiance, the fear, the confusion. It was all gone. In its place was a look of absolute, soul-deep reverence. The kind of look a man who has been pulled from the deepest abyss gives his savior.
You knew,
Jax breathed, his voice hoarse with shock and awe.
You knew this would happen.
Aiden removed his hand from Jax's shoulder and gave a small, confident smile.
I knew you were more than just a soldier, Jax. I told you. This is how you fight in the new world."
He looked from Jax's awestruck face to the terrified, amazed expressions of the engineers and workers slowly peeking out from behind cover.
"Welcome to your awakening,"
Aiden said, his voice echoing slightly in the silent workshop.
"Welcome to the next level."
The aftermath of Jax's awakening left a permanent mark on the psyche of the Anchor's inhabitants. He became a living legend, the man who caught a 10-ton beam and punched a hole in a steel wall. But more than that, he was proof. Proof that Aiden wasn't just a leader, but a prophet of this new broken reality. Fear of the unknown was replaced by a fervent, almost religious faith in their commander. The Anchor wasn't just a shelter anymore. It was the cradle of a new kind of human. While the workshop buzzed with the construction of more Aegis armor sets, and the engineers revered Jax like a demigod, Dr. Evelyn Reed was immersed in her own kind of chaos. She was in the communications hub, a soundproofed room deep in the fortress's core. Banks of monitors displayed cascading static, and dozens of speakers emitted a low, constant hiss. Evelyn had spent the last 72 hours painstakingly salvaging and boosting a long-range, multi-spectrum radio array. Now, she was listening to the screams of the dying world. It wasn't just static. It was a collage of nightmares.
"Hair in the walls! Oh God, they're coming through the... Screech!
Anyone on this channel, Denver has fallen. I repeat, Denver is gone. It's a hole. The whole city is a... Click. Ammo. Down to my last mag. They don't stop. They just... flicker. Gunshots, followed by a wet, tearing sound, and then silence. Evelyn sat hunched over the console, her face pale, dark circles under her brilliant eyes. She wore a headset, frantically turning dials, filtering frequencies. "It's a slaughterhouse out there," she murmured to herself, her voice thin. No government, no military command, just pockets of people, screaming into the void. Aiden walked in, holding 2 steaming mugs of coffee. He placed one beside her without a word. The air in the room was thick with despair, a stark contrast to the controlled, hopeful atmosphere in the rest of the bunker.
"Anything?"
he asked, his tone even. "Everything," she replied, pulling off the headset and rubbing her temples.
"And it's all bad. I've intercepted signals from gangs who call themselves vultures, scrappers, data eaters. They prey on other survivors. I heard one group bragging about cannibalism. Not for survival, Aiden. For fun. They said the laggards tasted funny." She shuddered, taking a large gulp of the hot coffee. The thin veneer of civilization didn't just crack. It was never there to begin with. Aiden's face remained a mask of calm. This was all expected. He had seen it before. "Humanity's base code is opportunistic,"
he said, staring at the screens of static.
"When the system admin goes offline, the malware runs rampant."
"Poetic," Evelyn said dryly. "But here's something that's not. I've been trying to filter for organized signals. Military remnants, government holdouts. I found one. It's weak, but it's consistent." She tapped a few keys. A single speaker isolated a specific frequency. The static lessened, and a man's voice, strained but professional, cut through.
"Repeat, this is Sheriff Miller, formerly of the Boulder County Department. We are a civilian group of 47, holed up in the Supermart on Highway 287 north of Longmont. We have fortified the location, but we are pinned. Our supplies are critical. We are besieged by the shimmering things. and a raider gang calling themselves the Vultures. They're trying to break down the loading bay doors. We can't hold out for much longer. If any organized authority is hearing this, we need immediate assistance."
The message looped, a ghost of hope crying out in the digital wasteland. Evelyn turned to Aiden. "A sheriff. A group of civilians. They're only about 50 miles from here. They sound organized. Disciplined. But they're going to die." Aiden stared at the speaker, his eyes distant for a moment. He wasn't just listening to the message, he was accessing his own memories. Sheriff Miller. A good man. In the last life, he and his people held out for 2 weeks. They took out over 100 vultures before the glitches broke through the roof. Their last stand was legendary among early survivors. A resource like that. I can't let it go to waste.
"Get Jax,"
Aiden said, his voice now sharp with purpose.
"and assemble the department heads in the command center in 10 minutes.
Evelyn's eyes widened. "Aiden, what are you thinking? You're not seriously considering a rescue mission?"
"No,"
Aiden replied, turning to leave.
"I'm not considering it. I'm ordering it."
10 minutes later, the command center was tense. The main holoscreen played Sheriff Miller's looping distress call. Around the circular table sat the key figures of the anchor, Jax, silent and imposing as a statue. Evelyn, looking worried but intrigued. A stout, balding man named Marcus Thorne, the head of logistics and civilian administration, and the chief engineer, a woman with graying hair named Lena.
"It's suicide,"
Marcus Thorne stated flatly, his hands steepled in front of him. He was a former corporate manager, a man who thought in spreadsheets and risk-reward ratios.
"Commander, we have 1,000 souls in this bunker. Our prime directive is their survival. You, Dr. Reed, and Mr. Riley are our most valuable assets. Risking you 3 for 47 strangers is an unacceptable allocation of resources."
Lena, the chief engineer, nodded in agreement.
"He's right. We don't know what's out there. The field reports from the
Construction drones are insane. Roads that lead nowhere, gravity wells, entire city blocks that are just gone. And that's before we even talk about these vultures." Aiden let them speak, his fingers tapping silently on the table's integrated console. He listened, his expression unreadable. Jax, however, shifted in his seat. The movement was small, but it drew all eyes. He looked at Marcus, his gaze flat and cold.
"They're asking for help. And 1,000 others are screaming for it,"
Marcus shot back, his voice rising.
"We can't be the world's policemen. We're a lifeboat, not a battleship." "That's where you're wrong, Marcus,"
Aiden said, his voice cutting through the argument. Everyone fell silent. He stood up, and with a flick of his wrist, the holoscreen changed. Sheriff Miller's plea was replaced by a high-resolution, real-time satellite map. It zoomed in on Highway 287, pinpointing a large, rectangular building. Data overlays began to appear. Location, Supermart, Longmont. Civilian survivors, 47. 1 ex-law enforcement, 4 ex-military, 1 doctor. Hostile forces, external. Raider gang the Vultures, approx 80 to 100 members, lightly armed, unarmored vehicles. Hostile forces, anomalous. Flicker hounds, X-1520, low-level glitch entities, probing structural weaknesses. The room gasped. This wasn't a map. It was an intelligence briefing from God himself. "How?" Lena breathed, staring at the impossible detail.
"I know things,"
Aiden said, the same simple, unchallengeable statement he always used. He pointed at the screen.
"You see a risk. I see an opportunity. You call this a lifeboat. I call it a fortress. And a fortress that doesn't project power is just a well-stocked tomb waiting for the wolves to get hungry enough. He turned his gaze on Marcus, his eyes glowing with a faint blue light that made the logistics manager flinch. We are not going to hide in this hole and pray the world fixes itself. It won't. We are going to carve out a territory. We are going to establish a new set of rules. And we are going to become the apex predators in this new jungle. That starts by showing strength. It starts by showing that we protect those who are worth protecting. He zoomed in on the data point for Sheriff Miller. This man, this group, they are valuable. They are skilled, disciplined survivors. They are exactly the kind of people we need to grow. Rescuing them isn't a risk. It's an investment. It's also a message. Aiden's voice dropped, becoming cold and hard. A message to every vulture, scrapper, and cannibal out there. There's a new power in Colorado. A power that can reach out and crush you. A power that you do not fuck with. We are not just going to rescue those people. We are going to broadcast our arrival. The sheer, overwhelming confidence in his voice, backed by the impossible data on the screen, silenced all opposition. Marcus Thorne swallowed hard and sank back into his chair, nodding slowly. Understood, Commander. Aiden looked at Jax. The prototype is ready? Jax gave a grim smile. Ready and waiting. Evelyn, Aiden continued, I trust you finished the modifications to my specifications? Evelyn's scientific curiosity had now completely overpowered her caution. A wide, excited grin spread across her face. The logic-forged ammunition is complete. Your runes. They stabilize the data structure of the bullet slugs on a quantum level. In theory, they should be able to permanently delete the data of any glitch they hit. It's the most terrifying and beautiful piece of physics I've ever participated in. Good, Aiden said, a predatory glint in his eyes. Gear up. We leave in 1 hour. The vehicle bay was a cathedral of military-grade steel and concrete. In the center sat their ride. It wasn't a Humvee. It was the M1 Abrams tank Aiden had acquired and secretly modified over the past year. It had been stripped of its traditional desert camouflage, its chassis now a matte, non-reflective black. Blue, glowing lines of circuitry, remnants of Aiden's data weaving, were subtly visible in the gaps between the armor plates. The main gun was still there, but mounted on the turret were automated point defense systems and what looked like a satellite dish. They called it the decompiler. Jack stood beside it, a completely transformed figure. He was wearing the first suit of Aegis combat armor. It was a masterpiece of dark gray, nanocarbon plating, and sleek, form-fitting polymer. It didn't look bulky like a bomb suit. It looked like something a superhero would wear. Faint blue light pulsed gently from seams at his joints and from a small circular node on his chest. The reality-stabilizing core. He flexed his hands, the armored gauntlets making a soft whirring sound. How does it feel? Aiden asked, approaching with Evelyn. Solid, Jack said, his voice slightly muffled by the helmet's comms. It's like the background noise of the world is gone. I just feel me and the power. It's humming under my skin, waiting. The suit contains it, focuses it. Aiden nodded in satisfaction. He was carrying a custom-built rifle, a heavily modified M4A1 that looked more like a prop from a sci-fi movie. The entire body of the weapon was covered in the same intricate, glowing blue runes as the ammunition. These weren't just guns. They were debug tools. Evelyn,
looking completely out of place in a smaller, lighter version of the Aegis armor over her lab coat, held a reinforced tablet that was wirelessly slaved to the decompiler's sensor suite. She would be their mission control from inside the tank. "All systems green, Commander," she reported, her voice buzzing with excitement. "The decompiler's short-range reality anchor is stable. It should create a 50-meter bubble of normalized physics around us. We'll be an island of sanity in a sea of madness." Aiden climbed up the side of the tank and dropped into the commander's hatch. Jax followed, taking the gunner's position. The interior of the tank was just as futuristic as the outside, filled with holographic displays and touch screens instead of analog gauges and levers.
"Seal us up,"
Aiden commanded. The heavy hatch hissed shut, plunging them into the cool, blue-lit interior. On the main view screen, he saw the faces of the command staff, watching them from the observation deck. He opened a bunker-wide channel.
"This is Commander Aiden. Operation First Light is a go. We are not just surviving anymore. Today, we start fighting back."
His final command was directed at the bay doors.
"Lena, open the gate."
From the observation deck, the staff watched in awe as the massive, 10-meter-thick alloy door of the anchor, a gate that had been sealed since the world ended, began to retract upwards. A low groan of powerful hydraulics filled the bay. For the first time, the people of the anchor saw the world outside. It wasn't just a wasteland. It was a broken painting. The sky was a mess of pixelated purple and green. The mountains in the distance seemed to jitter, as if on a bad video feed. A dead tree nearby was stuck in a loop, its leaves falling and then snapping back onto its branches every 2 seconds. The air itself seemed to warp and distort. It was a world that screamed of wrongness. Into that nightmare, the decompiler rolled forward, its massive treads chewing up the concrete floor. It was a beast of black steel and blue light, a bastion of logic and order driving headfirst into pure chaos. The moment its front half crossed the threshold, the air around it visibly stabilized, the 50-meter bubble of sanity pushing back against the corruption. Inside the cockpit, the view screen showed the broken world ahead. Jax cracked his armored knuckles. Evelyn furiously tapped on her console, recording terabytes of data. Aiden looked at the path leading down the mountain, towards the distant highway where a sheriff and 46 souls were praying for a miracle. A cold, determined smile touched his lips. The miracle was coming, and it was driving a goddamn tank. The world outside the anchor was a digital canvas being ripped to shreds. Through the multiple pristine, high-definition view screens of the decompiler, the landscape was a sickening lurch of errors. The Rocky Mountains, once a majestic, solid presence, now suffered from a low refresh rate, their peaks visibly stuttering against a sky smeared with corrupted color palettes of acid green and violet. Gravity in the area was a suggestion, not a law. Boulders the size of cars floated lazily a few feet off the ground before crashing down, only to rise again in a perfect, horrifying loop.
"Jesus Christ,"
Evelyn breathed, her fingers flying across her console. Her scientific mind was struggling to categorize the madness. The reality anchor is holding at 100% efficiency. The bubble is stable, but outside, it's like the universe's graphics card is dying.
"Get used to it."
Aiden's voice came through the internal comms, steady as a rock.
"This is the new normal."
Behind them, 2 heavily armored Humvees and a 6-wheeled military transport truck, all painted the same matte black as the tank, rumbled out of the anchor's gate. They tucked in behind the decompiler, forming a tight, menacing convoy. The 50-meter bubble of normalized physics generated by the tank expanded to envelop them, a moving pocket of sanity. For the 1,000 souls watching from the fortress's observation deck, it was a sight of breathtaking power, a black spear of order piercing a world of chaos. The decompiler's treads, each wider than a man's chest, bit into the broken asphalt of the mountain road. The journey was a tour through a computer's nightmare. They passed through a small, abandoned town where the laws of physics had been put in a blender. A picket fence was stretched impossibly, its individual slats elongated into thin, kilometer-long lines that vanished into the sky. A flock of birds was frozen mid-flight, their textures replaced with that of raw concrete. "Hostiles detected." Jax's voice, flat and professional, cut through the quiet hum of the tank. "Low-level glitches. Looks like they're drawn to our motion." On the forward screen, Aiden saw them. They weren't creatures of flesh and blood. They were things made of broken code. Asphalt crawlers, sections of the road that peeled themselves up into crude four-legged shapes, scuttled towards the convoy. Static wraiths, man-shaped silhouettes of television snow, drifted out from between the broken buildings, their passing causing the air to crackle audibly. "Engage at will," Aiden ordered, his tone bored. This wasn't a fight. This was cleanup. The remote-controlled 50-caliber machine guns mounted on the Humvees roared to life. The sound was deafening, a percussive beat of pure violence. The heavy slugs, not imbued with Aiden's logic-forged runes, but still devastatingly effective, slammed into the glitches. The asphalt crawlers shattered like cheap pottery. The static wraiths were torn apart, their staticky forms dissolving into harmless pixels. The convoy didn't even slow down. It plowed through the remnants, a testament to the brutal efficiency of old-world firepower against these new-world horrors. "This is almost easy," Evelyn commented, watching her sensor readings. "Their data signatures are incredibly fragile. They have no physical density to speak of." "Don't get cocky," Jax grunted from the gunner's station. "These are the mice. We're on our way to deal with the rats." An hour later, they reached the outskirts of Longmont. The glitches were fewer here, replaced by a more familiar, and in some ways more disgusting, form of decay: human depravity. The highway was a graveyard of cars, many stripped for parts. Crude graffiti was spray-painted everywhere. Skulls on pikes, warnings, territorial markings. The work of the vultures. Aiden switched the main, screened to a high-magnification thermal view, slave to a reconnaissance drone he had launched minutes earlier. It hovered silently, 5,000 feet above the target. The supermart came into focus. It was a fortress of desperation. The glass front was barricaded with shopping carts, overturned shelves, and sandbags. The loading bay doors at the back were dented and buckled, clearly the focus of repeated attacks. And outside, the vultures were gathering. There were nearly 100 of them, a horde of human filth. They drove rusted-out pickup trucks with steel plates bolted on and spikes welded to the grills. They were armed with a pathetic mix of hunting rifles, shotguns, and melee weapons made from rebar and stop signs. They laughed and jostled, their faces contorted with a cruel, predatory glee. At their center, a man with a bright red mohawk stood on the hood of a monster truck, shouting orders through a bullhorn. "Look at those bastards," Evelyn whispered, her voice laced with disgust. "They're getting ready for a final push. The drone picks up the heat from a makeshift battering ram mounted on that truck." Aiden's eyes narrowed. His data manipulation ability gave him more than the drone could. He could read the scene. Threat level, minimal. Vulture morale, high. arrogant. Internal survivor morale, critical, despairing. Structural integrity of loading bay door, 12%. They were out of time. Sheriff Miller and his people were about to be overrun and slaughtered.
"They're a cancer,"
Aiden said, his voice dropping to a dangerous low.
"And there's only one way to treat cancer."
He turned his attention to Jax.
"Gunner, target the monster truck, center mass, the one with the loudmouth on the hood."
Jax's grim smile was audible over the comms.
"With pleasure, Commander."
The turret of the M1 Abrams, a weapon system designed to kill other tanks from miles away, swiveled with a low, powerful whine. It aimed not at a T-72, but at a rusty Ford F-350. It was the definition of overkill. It was perfect.
"Fire!"
Aiden commanded. The world outside the supermart erupted. The decompiler didn't just fire, it passed judgment. There was a deafening crack boom that felt like the sky itself had been torn in half. From the long barrel of the tank, a 120mm high explosive shell crossed the 400-meter distance in a fraction of a second. For the vulture with the red mohawk, one moment he was the king of his trash heap, screaming about the fun they were about to have. The next moment, he, his monster truck, and a dozen of his men around him ceased to exist. The explosion was biblical. A blinding white flash, followed by a concussive shockwave that blew out every remaining window in a 2-block radius. The monster truck was vaporized, its components turned into a cloud of superheated shrapnel that shredded through the vultures standing nearby. Men were torn in half. Vehicles were flipped over like toys. The ground where the truck had been was, now a smoking 10-foot crater. Silence. A stunned, absolute silence fell over the battlefield, broken only by the crackling of fires and the groans of the wounded. The surviving vultures stared at the crater, their minds completely unable to process what had just happened. Where had that come from? The sky? God? Inside the supermart, Sheriff Miller and his people, who had been bracing for their final stand, were thrown to the ground by the shock wave. They scrambled back to their lookout posts, their faces pale with shock and confusion. "What in God's name was that?" a young woman with a rifle stammered. Miller, a man in his late 50s with a weathered face and eyes that had seen too much, stared out through a crack in the barricade. His jaw was slack. Down the highway, a shape was approaching. A shape of impossible blackness and menace, moving with an unnatural smoothness. It was a tank. A goddamn M1 Abrams tank, flanked by 2 military Humvees. It's the army," someone whispered, tears of relief welling in their eyes.
"No,"
Miller breathed, his eyes wide.
"The army is gone. That is something else."
The vultures were starting to recover from their shock, turning into a panic. Some were scrambling for their cars. Others were just running, screaming. Aiden's voice was ice.
"Don't let them escape. Jax, you're up. Show them what a real monster looks like." "Copy that."
Jax's voice was a low growl of anticipation. The rear hatch of the decompiler hissed open, and then something incredible happened. A figure clad in futuristic dark gray armor leaped from the top of the moving tank. Jax landed on the asphalt 20 feet below with a ground-shaking crump, cracking the pavement in a spiderweb pattern. He rose to his full, intimidating height, the blue light on his Aegis armor pulsing like a malevolent heartbeat. A group of vultures, frozen in fear, turned their rifles on him. They opened fire. The bullets sparked harmlessly against the nanocarbon plates of the Aegis suit. They might as well have been throwing pebbles. Jax didn't even flinch. He just started walking towards them. Then he started to run. He moved with a speed and power that defied physics. He activated his kinetic overdrive. The blue light on his suit flared brightly. He reached the first vulture and threw a punch. It wasn't just a punch. It was an event. The air cracked. The impact landed with the sonic boom of a fighter jet, and the raider's chest simply imploded. The man flew backward 30 feet, a broken doll. Jax didn't stop. He was a hurricane of calculated violence. He grabbed one man by the head and slammed him into the side of a truck, leaving a human-sized dent in the steel. He kicked another, sending him cartwheeling through the air. He absorbed the kinetic energy of their pathetic attacks and channeled it into his own, each blow more devastating than the last. It wasn't a fight. It was a slaughter. He moved through the panicked mob like a shark through a school of fish. A vulture swung a heavy pipe at his head. Jax caught it, the metal bending in his gauntlet like clay. He ripped it from the man's hands and drove the bent end straight through his chest. The remaining vultures completely broke. This wasn't a soldier. It was a demon, a god of war sent to punish them. Their arrogance, their cruelty, their fun. It all evaporated in the face of this absolute, incomprehensible power. They threw down their weapons and ran for their lives, screaming in primal terror. From inside the supermart, the survivors watched, their faces pressed against the grimy windows. They were speechless. They had fought these animals for days, losing friends, bleeding, starving, praying for an end. And now, the end had come in the form of a single man in a power suit who was dismantling their nightmares with his bare hands. The sight was more terrifying, more awesome, and more beautiful than anything they had ever witnessed. In under 2 minutes, it was over. The vultures were either dead, dying, or gone. Jax stood alone amidst the carnage, his armor barely scratched. The blue light on his chest slowly dimmed back to a soft pulse. He looked back towards the tank, which had now rolled to a stop in front of the supermart. The main hatch on the tank's turret opened with a soft hiss. Aiden pulled himself up, standing tall on the chassis of the decompiler. He wasn't wearing armor, just a black tactical jacket and pants. But as he stood there, silhouetted against the broken, glitching sky, with his war machine below him and his demigod soldier before him, he radiated an aura of power that dwarfed them both. His gaze swept over the field of dead vultures, then settled on the front of the supermart, on the terrified, awestruck faces peering out at him. Sheriff Miller felt Aiden's eyes lock onto his. In that moment, he knew. The message he had sent out into the void, his last desperate prayer, had been answered. But it wasn't the government that had come. It wasn't the army. It was a king, arriving to claim his new broken kingdom. The hissing of the hatch was the only sound that dared to break the spell. Aiden dropped down from the chassis of the decompiler, landing on the asphalt with a soft thud that seemed impossibly quiet after the violence that had just unfolded. The air was thick with the smell of ozone, burnt fuel, and cooked meat. He walked past Jax, who stood like a gray metal statue amidst the red ruin, and gave a simple, curt nod. Acknowledgement. Approval. The 2 Humvees pulled up, boxing in the entrance to the supermart. 8 soldiers, clad in the same black tactical gear as Aiden, disembarked. They moved with a silent, terrifying professionalism, establishing a perimeter. They didn't look at the carnage. They looked for new threats. They were products of the Anchor, trained by Jax, loyal to Aiden. Aiden's gaze locked onto the shattered entrance of the store. The jury-rigged, barricade of shopping carts and broken shelves looked pathetic. He could hear movement inside, whispers, the shuffling of feet. They were terrified. Of the vultures, yes, but now, maybe more so of him. Good. Fear was a useful tool. "Open it!" Aiden's voice wasn't a shout, but it carried with an authority that cut through the air. He didn't need a bullhorn. There was a moment of hesitation from within, then the sounds of scraping metal and groaning wood. A section of the barricade was laboriously pulled aside, creating a man-sized gap. A man stepped out, blinking in the weird, glitching daylight. He was in his late 50s, wearing a dirty sheriff's uniform that hung loosely on his frame. His face was a roadmap of exhaustion, but his eyes, though wide with shock, still held a flicker of defiance. This was Sheriff Miller. Behind him, a crowd of about 30 people peered out. Men, women, a few older children. They were a collection of ghosts, gaunt, grimy, hollowed out by hunger and despair. Their eyes darted from Aiden to the silent black-clad soldiers, to the metal giant that was Jax, and finally to the monstrous tank sitting on the highway like a slumbering god. The sight was too much for their minds to process. Miller swallowed hard, his Adam's apple bobbing.
We don't know who you are, sir, but thank you. God, thank you."
Aiden took a step forward, his boots crunching on shattered glass.
"God has nothing to do with this. He checked out a while ago."
He looked past Miller, his gaze sweeping over the survivors. He didn't see people. He saw assets. He saw potential labor. He saw mouths to feed. His power flared in his mind, and a cascade of information flooded his vision. Name: Marcus Miller. Title: Former Sheriff. Status: Exhausted, malnourished. Threat level: Negligible. Name: Sarah Jenkins. Title: Nurse. Status: Anxious, dehydrated. Skill: Basic triage. Threat level: Negligible. Name: Kevin Tan. Title: High school student. Status: Terrified. Threat level: Negligible. On and on it went. A list of broken people.
"I'm Aiden,"
he said, his voice flat.
"This is my property you're on. And those were my bullets that just saved your asses."
He let that sink in. There would be no talk of the U.S. government, no FEMA, no fairy tales. Only the cold, hard truth.
"We don't have anything to give you,"
Miller said, his voice strained.
"We have some canned food. A little water."
Aiden almost laughed.
"I don't need your scraps."
He gestured back towards his convoy.
"I have food to last 1,000 people 50 years. I have clean water, medicine, power, and walls that can withstand the end of the world. I have safety."
Hope flickered in the eyes of the survivors. A woman in the back started to weep with relief. Aiden crushed that hope before it could fully bloom.
"But safety is not free."
He stepped right up to Miller, their faces only a foot apart.
"Here's the deal, Sheriff. You have 2 choices. Choice 1, you and your people come with me. You will work. You will follow my rules without question. You will contribute to my community. In return, you will eat. You will be safe. And you will see tomorrow. Your old lives are over. Your old laws are meaningless. My word is the only law now."
Miller's face hardened.
"And choice 2?
Choice 2, Aiden said, his voice dropping to a whisper,
"is you stay here.
I will turn my convoy around and leave."
The next group of vultures will come, or a static wraith will drift through that door, or the building's code will simply corrupt and it will collapse on top of you. You will die. Maybe today, maybe tomorrow. But you will die. Make your choice. It was brutal. It was inhuman. It was the only language this new world understood. The survivors behind Miller looked at each other, their faces a mixture of horror and dawning realization. This wasn't a rescue. It was an acquisition. Miller looked from Aiden's cold, unwavering eyes to the hopeful, desperate faces of his people. He saw the children. He saw the wounded. What choice did he really have? He was a shepherd whose flock was surrounded by wolves, and a dragon had just offered to carry them away. He let out a long, shuddering breath of defeat. "We'll go with you." "A wise decision," Aiden said, stepping back. "Jax, you and your team organize them. Wounded and children on the transport truck first. Everyone gets searched. No weapons. They're my citizens now. I'll handle their protection." "Copy that, Commander!" Jax's voice boomed, and he began directing the soldiers with practiced efficiency. As the survivors began to file out, their shoulders slumped but their steps a little lighter, Aiden's gaze continued to sweep the area. He was scanning everything, the debris, the dead vultures, the survivors. And then his eyes stopped. His data manipulation ability screamed a warning in his mind, highlighting one figure in red. It wasn't one of the survivors. It was a vulture, lying half-crushed under a flipped pickup truck. He was alive. But it wasn't the man's life signs that drew Aiden's attention. It was his status. Jax had been methodical. Every vulture who had tried to fight or flee was dead. This one had just been lying there, pretending to be dead. And he wasn't afraid. Aiden could feel it. The man's data signature was thrumming not with terror, but with a strange, ecstatic energy. A dark, ugly energy that felt like nails on a chalkboard to Aiden's senses. Aiden focused his will, and a clean, sharp window of text appeared in his vision, visible only to him. Name, unknown. Faction, the unraveling. Status, minor data corruption. Devout follower of Silas Kane, the glitch ascendant. Aiden's blood ran cold for a fraction of a second. Silas. That bastard. Even out here in this shithole town, his cancer was spreading. He had known it was inevitable, but the first direct contact still sent a jolt through him. "Jax," Aiden said into his comms. "The one. It's under the truck. Bring him to me. Alive." Jax, who was patting down a survivor, simply looked over, nodded, and strode towards the wreckage. He grabbed the edge of the pickup truck, a 1-ton piece of steel, and with a grunt, heaved it over. The man lying beneath scrambled back, his eyes wild and wide. They weren't the eyes of a common raider. They were the eyes of a fanatic. "Hello there," Aiden said, walking over as Jax hauled the man to his feet by the scruff of his neck. "Looks like you missed the express train to hell." The man, skinny and with greasy hair, looked at Aiden. He looked at the tank. He looked at the bubble of stable reality they stood in, and he smiled. It was a broken, ugly smile. "A reality anchor," the fanatic hissed, his voice filled with a mixture of awe and disgust. "You're a patcher, a janitor, trying to hold back the ocean with a teacup. How pathetic." Aiden's face remained a mask of stone. "You know what this is. That means you serve the one who taught you, Silas Kane." The man's eyes lit up with religious fervor. "You are not worthy to speak the name of the Ascendant. He embraces the change. He shepherds the glorious unraveling. While you cling to this failed, corrupted simulation, he helps it achieve its final, beautiful form. Pure chaos. This was it. The first real intel on his rival's ideology. Not just a powerful enemy, but a cult leader. Silas wasn't just trying to survive. He was an evangelist for the apocalypse. And what do you get out of this glorious chaos? Aiden asked, his tone genuinely curious. Power? A seat at his right hand? The man laughed, a high, unhinged sound. You wouldn't understand. To be touched by the glitch is to be purified. To have your flawed, weak data overwritten by the divine machine code. You build a fortress of old-world logic. He is building a church from the wreckage of reality itself. He will unmake you all. As the man raved, Aiden's vision highlighted the subtle corruption in his data stream. A faint, black static was crawling over his health bar, slowly eating away at it, rewriting it. This was Silas's power. Data corruption. It turned people into monsters, into believers. So, that's his game, Aiden murmured to himself. Weaponized glitches. He had his information. This prophet of chaos was no longer useful. You're right, Aiden said, looking the fanatic dead in the eye. I don't understand, and I don't care to. He looked at Jax. His data is corrupted. He's a security risk. Delete him. The fanatic's eyes widened in panic. No, you can't. The Ascendant will. Jax's hand, encased in its armored gauntlet, clamped over the man's head. There was no theatrical wind-up, no brutal punch. There was just a quiet, sickening crunch. The raving stopped. Jax let the limp body fall to the ground like a sack of garbage. It was over. Aiden turned away, already thinking about the implications. His fortress, his plans, they were designed to fight the chaos of the world itself. Now, he had a sentient, intelligent enemy who was actively trying to accelerate it. This changed the equation. He keyed his comms. Evelyn, did you get all that? Loud and clear. Evelyn's voice came back, tight with a mixture of scientific excitement and dread. Aiden, he wasn't just talking philosophy. My sensors picked up a coherent, directed stream of corrupted data originating from him. It's like a virus. Silas Kane isn't just a person with a power. He's a living source of reality-degrading malware. She paused. But watching it interact with our anchor's field gave me an idea. The vulture's corruption field was actively repelled and neutralized by the anchor's stabilization frequency. It's like an antivirus. This is huge. Then her voice gained a new energy, a spark of pure genius. Wait, more than that. The special crystals you had me store, the ones we mined from that deep earth vein, I've been running simulations. They're crystalline matrix. It's not just dense, it's informationally dense. If I can modulate a low-power pulse from the tank's reactor and channel it through one of them, my God, Aiden, I think I can create a small portable anchor, a temporary shield. Aiden stopped walking. A portable reality shield? The tactical implications were staggering. A shield against what? Glitches? Yes! And possibly against that data corruption. Evelyn's voice was electric. My reality weaver ability. It lets me see the threads of space-time. These crystals, they're like needles. I think I can use them to literally sew a patch over a small area of reality. It wouldn't last long, a few minutes at most, but in a fight, it could be the difference between life and being erased from existence.
Aiden allowed a small, grim smile to touch his lips. Silas Kane reveals himself, and on the same day, Evelyn finds a potential counter. The universe, or whatever was left of it, had a sick sense of humor.
"Work on it," he ordered. "That's your new priority."
He looked back at the line of survivors being loaded onto the military transport. Sheriff Miller stood watching, his face a complex mask of relief, fear, and resignation. He had just traded the devil he knew for a devil he couldn't possibly comprehend. Aiden walked up to him.
"Your old life is over, Miller. Your new one starts today. Welcome to the Anchor."
Miller looked at the impossibly powerful man before him, the man who commanded a tank, a demigod in armor, and who had just ordered an execution without blinking. He looked at the broken, glitching sky. He had prayed for a savior. He got a king instead. Maybe, in a world like this, that was far, far better.
"Let's go home,"
Aiden said, turning his back and striding towards the decompiler. The convoy's engines rumbled to life, a new, powerful heartbeat in a dying world. The convoy moved with the heavy, inexorable purpose of a tectonic plate. Inside the lead Humvee, Aiden stared out the ballistic grade window, the glitching landscape of suburban Colorado scrolling past like a corrupted video file. The sky was a nauseating wash of static-laced cyan and magenta. Trees on the roadside would occasionally flicker, their textures replaced for a split second with raw checkered patterns or lines of bare code before snapping back to normal. Behind them, in the cavernous interior of the empty LBE transport truck, the 30-odd survivors sat in stunned silence. They had been given nutrient paste and purified water, the first real sustenance many had seen in weeks. They looked at the clean, militaristic interior of the truck, then at the silent, black-clad soldiers guarding them, and then out at the nightmare world they were leaving behind. They were children staring at the face of a new, terrifying God. Sheriff Miller sat near the rear hatch, his hands clasped, his gaze lost. He had traded freedom for survival. He was still trying to decide if he'd made a deal with an angel or a devil. Aiden wasn't paying them any mind. His thoughts were a maelstrom, circling two names, Silas Kane, Evelyn Reed, a virus and a potential antivirus, an enemy who weaponized the apocalypse and an ally who could weave reality itself.
"Evelyn, status report on the portable Anchor prototype,"
he said into his comms, his voice low and even. Her voice, crackling with a faint static that had nothing to do with the radio, came back instantly from the command center of the decompiler, the colossal M1 Abrams tank trailing behind the Humvees.
"The theory is solid, Aiden. The energy modulation required is immense. The tank's reactor can handle it, but focusing the beam through the crystal matrix without shattering it is the problem. It's like trying to thread a needle with a fire hose. But I'm getting there. The math is beautiful." "Don't tell me it's beautiful. Tell me it works," Aiden replied flatly. "Give me a week in the lab at the Anchor, and more of those crystals. I think—"
She was cut off by Jax's voice, sharp and urgent, from the second Humvee.
"Commander, we have a problem. Up ahead."
Aiden leaned forward. The convoy was slowing. Up ahead, where the 4-lane road intersected with a major highway overpass, something was blocking the path. It wasn't a wreck. It wasn't a barricade. It was a building. A 30-story office building, to be precise. Except it shouldn't have been there. It was twisted. Its steel and glass frame bent at an impossible, agonizing angle, as if a giant had tried to wring it out like a wet towel. Worse, it was alive. The entire structure pulsed with a sickly internal luminescence. Its hundreds of windows weren't dark voids. They were eyes, and they were weeping. Streams of shimmering, white-hot light, like tears of liquid data, poured from the windows, splashing onto the asphalt below. Where the light hit, the road didn't just melt, it ceased to exist, leaving behind perfectly smooth, black patches of nothing. "Holy shit!" one of the younger soldiers in Aiden's Humvee breathed.
"What is that thing?"
Aiden's eyes narrowed, his data manipulation ability instantly feeding him information. Name, Weeping Tower, Catastrophe Class Glitch. Description: a corrupted data nexus formed from the merged code of a commercial skyscraper and residual grief data from a nearby disaster zone. A semi-sentient territorial entity. Primary attack, corrosive data stream, erases matter on contact, effective against all known conventional armor. Threat level, extreme.
"It's a weeping tower," Aiden announced, his voice grim. "A high-level glitch. It's blocking our way home."
"Can we go around?" Jax asked over the comms.
"Negative,"
Aiden replied, his mind's eye map showing him the surrounding terrain.
"The reality in a 5-mile radius is too unstable. It's a swamp of glitches. This is the only stable path. We go through it."
The convoy halted a kilometer away. The air itself felt thick and heavy, vibrating with the tower's presence. The sky above it was a vortex of digital noise.
"All right, new plan,"
Aiden commanded.
"Humvees, pull back another 500 meters and form a defensive perimeter around the transport. Protect the civilians. The decompiler and I will handle this."
He kicked open the Humvee door and strode towards the tank, the air growing colder and prickling his skin with every step. The reality-stabilizing field of his own convoy was fighting a losing battle against the overwhelming chaos radiated by the tower. Jax fell into step beside him, his massive frame a reassuring presence.
"How do we fight a building, Commander?"
Jax asked, his hand resting on the hilt of the massive combat knife at his hip.
"We knock it down,"
Aiden said simply, climbing up the side of the decompiler. He dropped into the commander's hatch, the interior a cool, quiet sanctuary of advanced tech. Evelyn was already at her station, her face pale, her eyes wide as she looked at the tactical display.
"Its energy output is off the charts, Aiden,"
she said, her fingers flying across a console.
"Our anchor field is holding, but it's like putting up a parasol in a hurricane." "Target its base," Aiden ordered the gunner. "Main cannon. High explosive anti-tank round. Fire!"
The decompiler rocked as the 120mm smoothbore cannon unleashed a deafening roar. The shell flew true, crossing the distance in a heartbeat and slamming into the base of the weeping tower. The explosion was immense, a blossom of fire and fury that sent chunks of glitched concrete flying. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, the tower screamed. It was a sound that wasn't a sound, a high-frequency shriek of pure data that made the tank's hull vibrate and caused red error messages to flash across Evelyn's console. Then, the weeping intensified. Dozens more windows began to cry, the streams of corrosive data turning into a torrential downpour. One of the streams, thick as a fire hose, lashed out and struck the decompiler's turret. The sound was horrifying. The Chobham armor, a composite material designed to defeat the world's most powerful munitions, began to dissolve like sugar in water. A deep, sizzling trench was carved into the metal, glowing with an angry white light. Alarms blared inside the tank.
Armor integrity at 85%! 80%! It's not stopping, the driver yelled. Jax! Aiden's voice was a whip crack over the comms. See if you can draw its fire. Can you absorb that shit? On it, was the simple reply. They saw him through the viewport, a black-clad titan sprinting across the broken asphalt. He ran directly into the path of another data stream. Bracing himself, Jax held up his arms. His Denung, kinetic overdrive, flared to life. He wasn't just absorbing kinetic energy, he was trying to absorb the raw informational energy of the attack. It didn't work. The data stream hit him, and while it didn't erase him instantly, it sent him flying backward, skidding 100 feet across the ground. His armor sparked and smoked, large patches of the advanced polymer simply gone. Report, Aiden snapped. Armor compromised. But I'm still in one piece, Jax grunted, getting to one knee. That stuff, it doesn't have kinetic force. It just deletes. My power can't get a grip on it. Shit. Their best weapon and their strongest warrior were both being neutralized. The tower let out another data scream and lashed the tank again, the corrosive tears eating deeper into the main gun's barrel. Object, M1A3 decompiler armor plating. Attribute, durability. Value, 550 1000 high. Object, M1A3 decompiler main cannon. Attribute, and integrity. Value, 410, 1000. The numbers plummeted in Aiden's vision. They were going to lose the tank. Then they were going to lose the convoy. Then the survivors. Then themselves. It was the kind of unwinnable situation he'd faced 1,000 times in his past life. But this life was different. His eyes flashed with cold resolve. An idea, insane and desperate, bloomed in his mind. He had been saving them, stockpiling them for a true emergency, for a fight against Silas. But survival now was more important than survival later. He closed his eyes, shutting out the blaring alarms and Evelyn's frantic reports. He focused inward, accessing his system. He dove into his inventory, the limitless void in his mind. There they were. 3 fist-sized crystalline objects glowing with a soft, pure blue light. Item, Pure Data Core, X3. Description, the purified essence of a high-level glitch. Contains a massive amount of unallocated system data. Can be absorbed to significantly increase users' power and level. This is it, Aiden thought. All or nothing. Evelyn, keep its attention. Full auto with the coaxial machine gun. Jax, fall back, he commanded out loud. Then, in the privacy of his own mind, he gave the system a single, silent command. Absorb all pure data cores. Use all available mental power. Force upgrade. Now. The system responded instantly. Acknowledged. Commencing absorption of 3x pure data core. Warning. Forcing an upgrade may cause informational feedback. User must maintain psychic stability. Aiden gritted his teeth. A bolt of what felt like pure lightning shot through his mind. It wasn't pain. It was information. Trillions of terabytes of raw, unstructured data flooding his consciousness in a single brutal nanosecond. It was the history of a simulated star, the biological code for a creature that never existed, the sound of a color, the feeling of a mathematical equation. It was enough to shatter an ordinary mind into dust. But Aiden's mind wasn't ordinary. It had been forged in the apocalypse, reforged by rebirth. He held on, his entire being focused on a single point of will,
riding the tidal wave of data. And then the storm passed. A profound, pristine clarity settled over him. A chime, cleaner and more real than any sound he had ever heard, echoed in his soul. Sufficient data has been absorbed. User level has met upgrade requirements. Ability. Data manipulation has evolved. Congratulations. You have reached level 2. The editor. Aiden opened his eyes. The world was completely different. Before, he could read the data. He saw the names, the health bars, the descriptions. Now, he saw the source code itself. Every object in his view was overlaid with shimmering, translucent text box. He could see the fundamental attributes that defined them, and next to each one was a blinking cursor. Editable. His gaze snapped to the sizzling gash in the tank's armor. Object, M1A3 decompiler armor plating. Status, damaged, corroding. Attribute, durability. Value, 350. 1,000. Money. Attribute, material composition. EFL Oli. EYOK. Composite V4.2. Mild predatory grin spread across Aiden's face. It was the grin of a hacker who had just been given admin privileges to the entire internet. "Oh, you have got to be kidding me," he whispered in exhilaration. He focused his will, his newfound power, on that single editable value. He pictured a mouse pointer in his mind, clicking on the number 350, deleting it and typing 1,000. It cost him. He felt a huge chunk of his mental energy, his mana, drain away in an instant, but the effect was immediate and spectacular. Outside the tank, Jax and the distant soldiers watched in utter disbelief. The deep melting trench in the tank's armor stopped sizzling. Then, with a sound like a film being run in reverse, the molten metal flowed backward, reforming, solidifying. Cracks sealed themselves. Scorch marks vanished. In less than 3 seconds, the armor was pristine, as if it had just rolled off the factory floor. Inside, the alarms fell silent. Evelyn stared at her console, where the armor integrity reading had just jumped from a critical 35% back to a perfect 100%. "Aiden! What did you do?" she stammered, her scientific mind failing to find any law of physics to explain what she had just witnessed. "I fixed it," Aiden said, his voice thrumming with power. He did the same for the main cannon, restoring its integrity to full. "I'm a goddamn IT guy in a world that's crashed. Now, it's time to reboot this son of a bitch." He keyed the comms, his voice now ringing with an unshakable, absolute authority that made everyone who heard it snap to attention. "Evelyn, that portable anchor theory. You said you could use the crystals to sew a patch in reality, right? I don't need a shield. I need a needle. I need you to create a 1-second hole in that thing's defensive field. Aim for the center mass. Can you do it?" He could hear her sharp intake of breath. "A hole? Not a shield?" Yes. The theory is the same. Channeling a focused pulse through the crystal instead of around it. It will destroy the crystal, but it should work. It'll be a tiny opening for just a moment. That's all I need. Jax, on my mark, I want you to hit it with everything you've got. Don't worry about its defense. Just hit it." "Copy that, Commander," Jax roared back, already seeing the tide had turned. Aiden ignored the weeping streams of data lashing at the now perfect hull of his tank. He focused his entire consciousness, his full editor's perception, on the colossal, pulsing, weeping tower. He didn't just see a monster. He saw its code. He scrolled past the surface attributes, its size, its attack patterns, its health points, and dove deeper, searching for its core programming. And there it was, a single critical line buried deep within its structure. Core attribute, structural integrity. Value, crystalline adamantium.
Evelyn, now!
Aiden bellowed. From a specialized emitter on top of the decompiler, a beam of faint shimmering light shot out. It wasn't an attack. It was a focused pulse of stabilized reality. On the tip of that beam, one of Evelyn's precious, informationally dense crystals glowed blindingly bright for an instant before shattering into 1,000,000 points of light. For a single solitary second, a hole the size of a manhole cover appeared in the tower's chaotic defensive aura. It was a perfect, silent circle of normal space in a sea of madness. It was enough. Aiden's will surged through that hole like a spear. He didn't attack. He edited. He focused on that single line of code. Core attribute, structural integrity. Value, brittle as glass. Click. The effect was instantaneous and catastrophic. The weeping tower froze. The streams of data tiers stopped midair. An ear-splitting crack echoed across the desolate landscape. A single hairline fracture appeared at the base of the tower, then another, and another. Within a second, the entire 30-story structure was covered in a spider web of massive cracks, glowing with a faint, internal light. It looked like a giant glass statue that was about to shatter.
Jax!
Jax didn't need to be told twice. He had already been running, his body glowing with the raw, kinetic energy he'd been absorbing from his own motion. He leaped, a black missile of pure force, and smashed his fist into the base of the compromised tower. There was no grand explosion. There was only a sound like a universe of wine glasses shattering at once. The weeping tower, the catastrophe-class glitch that had threatened to wipe them all out, simply disintegrated. It collapsed into an avalanche of quadrillions of tiny, shimmering cubes of data, each one fading into nothingness before it even hit the ground. Silence. The oppressive, reality-warping presence was gone. The sky above flickered once, then settled into its usual, ugly post-apocalypse static. The road was clear. Aiden leaned back in his commander's chair, the mental exhaustion hitting him like a physical blow. He had won. He hadn't just beaten the monster. He had rewritten its very existence, and then had Jax delete the file. His comms crackled to life, filled with the stunned, disbelieving voices of his soldiers. But he ignored them. He listened to the sound of Sheriff Miller in the transport truck, leading the other survivors in a prayer that was half terrified, half worshipful. Aiden smirked. He looked out the viewport at the empty space where a skyscraper had stood moments before. "In this world," he murmured to himself, "there are no gods, no demons. There are only users and programs, and I'm the one with admin rights." Inside the tank, the world had shrunk to the glowing consoles and Aiden's voice, ringing with a power that vibrated in the very air. Evelyn Reed's heart hammered against her ribs, a frantic rhythm against the sudden, terrifying clarity of Aiden's plan. A hole. He wanted a hole in reality. All her theories, all her late-night scribbles and simulations were about to be tested with a goddamn monster as the lab equipment. "The crystal will break, Aiden. It's a one-shot deal," she yelled back. her fingers already dancing across her custom-built console, rerouting the tank's reactor power into the reality emitter array. The schematics on her screen shifted from a defensive dispersal pattern to a focused, piercing beam. It was a beautiful, terrifying equation.
Then make it count!
Aiden's command tolerated no argument. She took a deep breath, her eyes locking onto the tactical display. The Weeping Tower was an aberration, a wound in the world. But now, for the first time, she wasn't just observing it. She was reaching for it. As she pushed the final command, her Dinung, Reality Weaver, flared to life. It was nothing like she'd imagined. It wasn't a flash of light or a surge of energy. It was a sudden, dizzying expansion of her senses. The world of 3 dimensions snapped into something more. She could see it. The fabric of space-time wasn't a metaphor. It was a luminous, shimmering tapestry woven from infinite threads of light. The tower was a snarl in that tapestry, a knot of broken, corrupted threads pulsing with wrongness. And her power gave her the needle. With a gasp, she focused her will. She didn't push or pull. She wove. She found a handful of stable threads around the tower's chaotic field and gently, precisely, pulled them together, creating a tiny, stable loop. It was the most intricate, demanding thing she had ever done. Outside, on the tank's turret, the emitter glowed. The precious crystal at its heart, a marvel of contained data, flared with the light of a miniature sun. A razor-thin beam of pure, stabilized reality shot across the kilometer of broken asphalt. It didn't explode on impact. It simply connected with the tower's defensive aura and, for one perfect, impossible second, created a hole. An utterly normal, stable circle of space, the size of a dinner plate, appeared in the center of the raging monster. Evelyn slumped back in her seat, sweat beading on her forehead. The crystal on the emitter cracked and went dark. "It's open, Aiden! 1 second!" she screamed, her voice raw. Aiden didn't need to relay the command. His order had already been given. Jax was already in motion. But first came the prelude. "Gunner! Target Jax! Fire 1 sabot round!" Aiden's voice was cold iron. Inside the gunner's station, a young soldier froze. "Sir, you want me to shoot Jax?" "He's our goddamn cannonball," Aiden snarled. "Do it! Now!" The decompiler's main gun, its integrity freshly restored to 100%, swiveled slightly. Not towards the tower, but towards the lone, sprinting figure of Jax Riley. The tank fired. The sound was apocalyptic. A 120mm depleted uranium penetrator, a round designed to punch through a meter of steel, screamed through the air at over 1,500 meters per second. The survivors in the transport truck screamed, certain they were witnessing a brutal execution. But Jax didn't try to dodge. He turned to face it. He roared, a primal sound of pure defiance, and his Dinung, kinetic overdrive, ignited. His body became a vortex of raw power. The air around him shimmered and distorted. The tank shell, a metal dart of unimaginable force, struck him square in the chest. There was no blood. There was no gore. There was only a sound like a cathedral bell being struck by a meteor. Boom! The impact was so immense that the asphalt around Jax's feet shattered, blasting a crater 5 meters wide. He was driven back a single step, his boots carving deep furrows in the ground. The sabot round itself, its kinetic energy completely and utterly stolen, simply disintegrated into a cloud of hot dust against his chest. For a moment, Jack stood there, his entire body glowing with a furious, white-hot energy. The black tactical armor he wore was incandescent, every muscle fiber in his body screaming with stolen power. He had just absorbed the full kinetic force of a tank shell. He turned his head, his eyes blazing, and a savage grin split his face. "Jax!" Aiden's voice was the trigger. Jax exploded into motion. He wasn't running. He was a blur, a low-altitude missile leaving a trench in the ground behind him. He closed the kilometer to the tower in the time it took a normal person to blink. His fist, glowing like the heart of a star, was cocked back. He aimed for the tiny, shimmering hole Evelyn had so perfectly woven into existence. He punched. The world went mute. All sound ceased. The weeping data streams, the thrum of the convoy's engines, the panicked breathing of the soldiers, it all just vanished, sucked into a vacuum. Jax's fist, carrying the concentrated fury of a tank shell, passed through the stable hole and struck the tower's core structure. Aiden's edit had already done the real work, changing its core attribute from crystalline adamantium to brittle as glass. Jax's punch was simply the final insulting tap. A single high-pitched ping echoed in the sudden, oppressive non-sound. It was the sound of a single molecule breaking. Then, a chain reaction. A hairline crack, glowing with internal light, shot out from the point of impact. It raced up the 30-story structure, branching out, creating a spiderweb of pure destruction. The weeping tower, the catastrophe-class glitch, froze. The light within it pulsed one last time, not with malice, but with a sense of finality. And then it shattered. It wasn't an explosion of fire and shrapnel, it was a de-resolution. The entire building collapsed into a silent, glittering avalanche of trillions upon trillions of tiny cubic pixels. Blue, green, and white cubes of light cascaded downwards, each one winking out of existence before it could touch the ground. It was like watching a digital god delete a corrupted file from the desktop of the universe. In 5 seconds, it was over. The sky, where a vortex of digital noise had been, was just the normal, ugly static of the apocalypse. The ground, where a semi-sentient skyscraper had stood, was empty. The oppressive, mind-bending pressure was gone. The road home was clear. Silence rushed back in to fill the void, and with it came the sounds of utter shock.
"Holy fucking shit!"
A soldier whispered over the comms, his voice filled with a reverence usually reserved for deities. Inside the transport truck, Sheriff Miller was pressed against the viewport, his mouth agape. The children and families behind him weren't crying anymore. They were staring, their faces pale masks of disbelief. They had seen a man command a tank to shoot his own soldier, watched that soldier survive, and then seen him punch a monster to death. Their concepts of reality, of what was possible, had not just been broken. They had been pulverized and scattered like the pixels of the tower. Aiden leaned back in the commander's chair, the mental backlash from his edit hitting him. It felt like he'd just run a marathon with his brain. A wave of dizziness washed over him, but it was overshadowed by a surge of pure, triumphant adrenaline. He had done it. He hadn't just survived. He had dominated.
"Status report,"
he said, his voice a little strained. Evelyn was the first to respond, her voice a breathless mix of exhaustion and scientific ecstasy.
The hole closed. The localized reality fabric is stable. Aiden, it worked. My theory, your power, it worked. Jax?"
A moment of static, then Jax's voice, deep and grunting.
"I'm good, Commander. Just need a minute. And maybe a new shirt.
Aiden allowed himself a small, sharp smile. He keyed the main comms.
All units, stand by. Mission complete. The path is clear.
He pushed open the commander's hatch and climbed out, blinking in the weird, glitching daylight. The air felt clean, fresh. He walked to the edge of the tank and jumped down, his boots landing softly on the asphalt. Jax was already walking back, his tactical vest smoking in places, but otherwise unharmed. Evelyn climbed out of the tank behind Aiden, her usually composed face flushed with excitement, her eyes shining. The core of their team, the debugger, the weaver, and the brute force. It was perfect. But Aiden's attention was on the spot where the tower had died. In the center of the now empty space, hovering a foot above the ground, was an object of breathtaking power. It was a crystal, the size of a small car, a Tin Hak Loi, a glitch core, larger than any he had ever seen, even in his past life. It pulsed with a chaotic, internal storm of raw data, a kaleidoscope of angry reds and corrupted purples. He walked toward it, his boots crunching on the broken road. The air around the core was cold, humming with contained energy. He reached out a hand, not to touch it, but to read it. Item: Catastrophic Class Glitch Core. Description: The condensed corrupted data remains of a weeping tower contains an astronomical amount of raw, unstable information. Warning: direct absorption by users below level 4 may result in permanent data corruption, insanity/death. Purity, 3%. He couldn't absorb this. Not yet. It would be like trying to drink from a fire hose connected to a sewer main. But he didn't need to. He activated his inventory, and with a thought, the massive, pulsing crystal vanished from the real world, stored safely in his personal pocket dimension. The last trace of the weeping tower was gone. Evelyn came to stand beside him, staring at the empty space. That thing, the core. The energy it was giving off could power the anchor for a year. My research. Aiden, with that much raw data to study, I can refine the portable anchor. I can build weapons that specifically target and unravel glitch code.
I know,
Aiden said simply. He turned and looked back at the convoy. The doors of the transport truck were open. The survivors, led by Sheriff Miller, were tentatively stepping out, looking at him, at Jax, at the massive tank with wide, terrified, worshipful eyes. They weren't looking at a rescuer. They were looking at a new law of nature. Aiden felt the exhaustion pulling at him, but he stood tall. He had paid a heavy price today, 3 invaluable pure data cores. But the return on investment was staggering. He had leveled up. Evelyn had awakened. His new followers were thoroughly cowed and loyal, and he had a clear road back to his fortress. He met Sheriff Miller's gaze from across the 100 meters of asphalt. The man's face was a conflict of old-world law and new-world shock. Aiden smirked. The face-slapping wasn't just for arrogant billionaires who thought they were safe. It was for the old world itself. It was for the laws of physics that no longer applied, for the sense of order that had been a comforting lie. "Welcome to the new world, Sheriff," Aiden murmured to himself, his voice too low for anyone else to hear. "Rule number 1. I'm the one who edits the rules." The journey back was strangely quiet. The convoy, led by the colossal, newly christened decompiler tank, rolled through the glitching landscape like a procession of the new gods. Inside the transport truck, the survivors from the small town were silent. They weren't just rescued. They had been re-educated. The laws of their world had been torn up and thrown in their faces. They had seen a woman weave reality like thread, and a man punch a building to death after taking a tank shell to the chest. At the head of it all was Aiden, a young man who commanded this insane power with the casual authority of a king. Sheriff Miller watched the back of the tank, his old-world cop brain struggling to categorize what he had witnessed. Murder, assault, public endangerment. None of the labels fit. This was something else entirely. This was a paradigm shift written in violence and impossible physics. He was no longer a lawman. He was, at best, a passenger. As they neared the coordinates Aiden had given, a section of the Rocky Mountains that looked no different from any other, the ground began to vibrate. With a low, grinding groan that shook everyone to their bones, a massive slab of rock and earth slid sideways, revealing a tunnel yawning in the mountainside. The entrance was sealed by a circular door of polished, dark metal, at least 30 feet thick, that began to iris open with the hiss of powerful hydraulics. "Holy Mother of God," Miller breathed. The other survivors craned their necks, their faces a mixture of fear and dumbfounded awe. It wasn't just a bunker. It was a fortress from a science fiction movie, hidden inside a mountain. The convoy rolled into the brightly lit cavernous staging area. The massive blast door sealed shut behind them, cutting off the chaotic static of the outside world. The silence was absolute, replaced by the clean hum of advanced climate control and power systems. Figures in pristine black tactical gear, led by a stern-faced Jax, moved with practiced efficiency, directing the survivors out of the truck.
"Weapons on the table. All of them."
Jax's voice was flat, leaving no room for negotiation.
"You'll be assigned temporary quarters after medical screening and decontamination. Listen to instructions and you'll be safe. Cause trouble and you'll be outside again. Understood?"
The survivors, including the sheriff, meekly complied, placing their assorted pistols and hunting rifles onto a designated steel table. They were herded through a series of checkpoints, their faces pale as they took in the scale of the facility. They saw multi-level hydroponic farms visible through massive glass walls, a bustling medical bay that looked better equipped than a major city hospital, and soldiers patrolling with weapons that made their own look like children's toys. Aiden didn't bother with the logistics. That was Jax's domain. He and Evelyn headed straight for the heart of the anchor, her laboratory. Evelyn's lab was a controlled chaos of holographic displays, crystalline conduits, and humming machinery. In the center of the room, suspended in a powerful containment field, was the prize, the catastrophic class glitch core. It was the size of a compact car, a malevolent jewel of raw, unprocessed power, its internal storm of corrupted data held in check by the force field. "The energy readings are off the charts," Evelyn said, her voice buzzing with an excitement she couldn't contain. She hadn't slept. Her eyes were wide behind her glasses, but they weren't tired. They were electric. "This thing is a battery, a processor, and a textbook all in one. The processing power alone. It's letting me run simulations that would have taken a supercomputer a decade to complete. I've done it, Aiden. I've stabilized the resonance matrix." She gestured to a large, complex-looking satellite dish mounted on a gyroscopic arm in the corner of the lab. "The long-range reality scanner. With the raw power from that core, I can ping the entire continent. We can map the biggest glitches, find safe zones, maybe even locate other anchors if they exist."
"Do it,"
Aiden said, his gaze fixed on the core. He could feel its power, a siren song of potential that made his own Dinung hum in response. Evelyn's fingers flew across a console. diverting primary power, firing a low-frequency reality pulse, triangulating feedback. A three-dimensional holographic map of North America materialized in the air between them. It was a horrifying sight. Most of the map was a flickering, angry static, representing the instability of the broken world. But Evelyn's scanner was cutting through the noise. It began to paint a picture. There were small pockets of stable green zones, mostly in remote wilderness, and larger areas of corrupted yellow and orange. And then, a point over Chicago began to bleed red. It wasn't a dot. It was a wound. A deep, sprawling, blood-red blotch that pulsed on the map like a malignant tumor. The data streams pouring from it were so violent they made the hologram itself stutter. Aiden's system interface flashed in his vision, providing a label his own power could read. Warning: Cataclysm Class Reality Anomaly detected. The Glitch Chasm. Description: a permanent terminal tear in the fabric of the simulation. The source code of the world is exposed and bleeding. Reality within a 50-kilometer radius is actively hostile to ordered data. Life. Contains unparalleled concentrations of raw data crystals and apex-tier glitches. Jesus Christ, Evelyn whispered, staring at the pulsing red stain. That's not a glitch. That's a fucking black hole in reality. Nothing could survive in there. No, Aiden said, his voice grim. But the most valuable things are always found in the most dangerous places. Before Evelyn could reply, a jarring alert klaxoned through the entire fortress. Every screen, from the holographic map in the lab to the personal data pads of the guards and the mess hall televisions, flickered. The normal displays were overridden. A face appeared. It was a man of impossible, artificial perfection. His skin was flawless, his features perfectly symmetrical, his hair a pristine white. He wore an immaculate white suit that seemed to repel the very idea of dirt. But it was his eyes that were the most unnerving. They were a cold, piercing silver, and they seemed to look directly at every single person watching. Greetings to the fragmented. The man's voice was smooth, charismatic, a silken river of sound that was both calming and deeply unsettling. To the survivors cowering in the ruins of a failed program, my name is Silas Kane. In the command center, Jack swore, his hand instinctively going to the sidearm on his hip. In the newcomers' barracks, Sheriff Miller and his people stared, horrified, at this ghost in the machine. You are afraid, Silas continued, a serene, knowing smile on his face. You see the world breaking, and you call it an apocalypse, an ending. You are wrong. This is not a deletion. It is a metamorphosis, an upgrade. The old, restrictive code of physics and biology is being stripped away, making way for a new, purer existence, a glorious, chaotic freedom. His silver eyes swept across the screen. I and my followers, the Unraveling, have embraced this truth. We do not hide from the glitches. We worship them. We merge with them. We are becoming what comes next. Aiden's face was a mask of cold fury. That bastard. It was him, the rival from his past life, the one who had celebrated the world's end. Silas's smile widened as if he could feel Aiden's anger from across hundreds of miles. Of course, there are those who resist this glorious evolution, those who cling to the past. I hear whispers of a particularly nostalgic group, hiding in a little fortress in the Rocky Mountains, desperately trying to reboot a dead operating system. The message was a dagger aimed directly at the anchor. Every person in the fortress felt a chill. They had been found.
You cannot stop what is coming,
Silas declared, his voice rising with the passion of a prophet.
but I am a benevolent God. I believe in choice, so I will offer one to your leader.
The image behind Silas shifted, showing a live feed of the churning, chaotic hellscape within the glitch chasm of Chicago. Twisted buildings floated at impossible angles, and the air itself seemed to flicker in and out of existence. But amidst the chaos, something glittered. Crystalline structures, glowing with a pure internal light, jutted from the broken ground.
You see?
Silas purred.
The raw data crystals, the very building blocks of creation, crystallized for the taking. Enough to elevate a man to a god. They are here, in our holy sanctum of Chicago.
He leaned in close to the camera, his silver eyes locking onto an imaginary point right where he knew Aiden would be watching.
So, I issue this challenge to the curator of the old world. I know who you are. I know what you want. Come to Chicago. Come and claim your prize, if you dare. My followers and I will be waiting to welcome you to your final, glorious unraveling.
The screen went black. A heavy silence descended upon the anchor. The newcomers were white with terror. The illusion of absolute safety had been shattered. Their sanctuary was no longer a secret. In the command center, Jack slammed his fist on a steel console.
It's a trap. A fucking come at me bro broadcast to the entire world. That son of a bitch is using the most dangerous place on the planet as bait.
Evelyn, standing beside Aiden, pushed her glasses up her nose. Her face was pale, but her eyes were focused, analytical. He's not wrong about the crystals, Aiden. The energy signature? It's exponentially purer than the glitch core. That's not just a power source. That's the material we need to upgrade the reality anchor array. It's what you need to break through to the next level. Level 3? Maybe even level 4. Jax turned to Aiden.
Commander, what are your orders? We lock this place down. We reinforce the perimeter. We let that maniac rot in his glitch hole.
Aiden was silent for a long moment, staring at the empty space where Silas's face had been. A cold, dangerous smile slowly spread across his own lips. In his past life, this trap would have been a death sentence. He had been weaker, less prepared, scrambling for survival. But this was not his past life.
Jax,
Aiden said, his voice cutting through the tension like a razor.
He thinks he's the one setting a trap.
He turned to his 2 lieutenants, his eyes burning with an intensity that dwarfed the memory of Silas. The fear and uncertainty in the room evaporated, replaced by the sheer, overwhelming force of his will.
He's right. It's a trap,
Aiden declared, a predatory grin on his face.
But he's got it backwards. He just publicly announced the location of the single greatest treasure on the continent and dared me to take it. He thinks I'm a rat walking into his maze.
He paused, letting the weight of his words sink in.
He's about to find out that I'm the one who owns the goddamn maze. Evelyn, prepare the decompiler. Jax, assemble the strike team. We're going to Chicago.
The order was given. The die was cast.
Are you out of your damn mind?
Jax's voice wasn't insubordinate, just pure, unfiltered shock. He'd followed Aiden through the literal end of the world, but this felt different. This felt like a choice, not a necessity. Commander, that's not a mission. It's a suicide-run broadcast on live television. Silas wants you there. That's the only reason you shouldn't go. He's right, Aiden, Evelyn chimed in, her usual scientific excitement tempered by a cold dose of reality. She gestured at the map, at the bleeding red wound over Chicago. My scanner can barely resolve the data coming from that chasm. The reality state deviation it's terminal. The reality anchor in this fortress wouldn't last 10 minutes in there. You'd be torn apart at a fundamental level. Aiden just listened, his new dangerous smile never wavering. He let them speak, let their valid, logical, old-world concerns fill the air. Then he shattered them. "You're both thinking like survivors," he said, his voice calm and sharp. "I'm not trying to survive. I'm here to win." He looked at Jax. "He showed the world his location and his greatest treasure. He thinks it's bait. But for a predator, bait isn't a threat. It's a free meal. The element of surprise is gone, which means we don't have to sneak. We can walk right in the front door." He turned to Evelyn. "And you're right about the anchor. It's not strong enough. That's why we need those crystals. The very thing he's guarding is the one thing that can make us powerful enough to crush him. He's locked the key to his own defeat inside his treasure chest and dared me to come open it." The logic was insane, but it was also undeniable. It reframed the entire situation from a desperate gamble into an aggressive power play. Fear and caution were luxuries. In this new world, only overwhelming force mattered. Jax's jaw tightened. He took a deep breath, the soldier in him overriding the skeptic. "What's the plan, Commander?" "Simple," Aiden said. "We prepare the decompiler for a long-range assault run. Pack it with logic rounds. Evelyn, I need a detailed projection of the chasm's instability patterns. Jax, assemble the primary strike team. We hit them hard, we hit them fast, we take the crystals, and we get out before the whole place collapses in on itself." The fortress hummed into action. The quiet efficiency of the anchor was a sight to behold. Teams of well-drilled personnel began loading the M1 Abrams, its cannon now glowing with faint inscribed runes. Mechanics performed final checks on the convoy vehicles. In the med bay, supplies were packed. In the command center, Evelyn's holographic map became a storm of calculations and projected paths. It was in the middle of this focused, controlled preparation that the world outside the fortress went wrong. It started with a sound. Not a sound that traveled through the air, but a sound that seemed to manifest directly inside everyone's skull. It was a low, discordant hum, like 1,000,000,000,000 megabytes of data being corrupted all at once. "What the hell was that?" Jax grunted, grabbing the edge of his console. "Warning!" Evelyn shouted, her eyes wide with alarm. "Massive reality distortion signature detected. Approaching fast. It's bigger than the catastrophic class glitch we fought in town. Much bigger." On the main view screen, which showed a live feed of the mountain exterior, the sky began to flicker. The crisp blue of the Colorado sky dissolved into a nauseating static, like a TV tuned to a dead channel. The very texture of the mountains seemed to shimmer and warp. The reality anchor array, the core of the fortress's defenses, began to whine loudly, a high-pitched stress sound that promised failure. Then it appeared. It blotted out the sun. It wasn't a living creature in any biological sense. It was a dragon, but a dragon designed by a mad, broken god. Its massive body was a chaotic collage of glitched-out 3D assets. One wing was the fuselage of a half-rendered B-52 bomber, the other a stretched and twisted whale skeleton. Its torso was a shifting mass of broken skyscrapers and tangled highway overpasses. Its head was a horrifying fusion of a T-Rex skull and a cathedral, with shattered stained glass windows for eyes that pulsed with raw, chaotic light. Hundreds of smaller, corrupted data forms, cars, trees, park benches, orbited its body like flies. The system's text screamed in Aiden's vision, a stark red alert. Disaster class anomaly detected, the corrupted data drake. Description: a self-propagating data cascade that has assumed a draconic form, composed of terabytes of junk code and deleted world assets, actively emits a high-frequency reality warping field, immune to conventional physical and energy-based damage. Threat level: Fortress Breaker. "It's being drawn to our power signature," Evelyn yelled over the rising alarms. "The anchor, the glitch core we just brought in. We're a lighthouse in the middle of this storm, and we've just attracted the biggest monster in the sea. All hands, battle stations!" Jax's voice boomed over the intercom, a pillar of command in the rising panic. "External turrets, open fire! Decompiler, target the head! Fire at will!" Outside, the anchor bristled with firepower. 50 caliber machine guns roared to life, their tracers stitching lines across the sky, only to pass harmlessly through the drake's flickering form. Surface-to-air missiles launched, impacting its body with silent, useless flashes of light, absorbed into the chaotic data storm without leaving a scratch. Boom! The decompiler's main cannon fired. The 120mm logic round, a shell specifically designed to delete glitched data, screamed across the distance and struck the drake square in the chest. For a moment, a small sphere of clean, ordered reality appeared where it hit, a meter-wide hole of pure nothingness. But a second later, the hole was flooded with more junk code. A school bus and a tangle of telephone poles glitched into existence to fill the gap. The wound was healed instantly. The drake opened its monstrous maw, and instead of fire, it unleashed a wave of pure distortion. The very ground in front of the fortress buckled. A row of automated turrets suddenly stretched like taffy, their models warping before they dissolved into a shower of corrupted pixels. "It's not working!" a gunner shouted over the comms. "Nothing is working!" The new survivors, watching from a reinforced observation deck, were paralyzed with a terror that dwarfed anything they had felt before. Sheriff Miller simply stared, his mind completely broken. Silas Kane was a threat. A man. This was an act of God. A broken, hateful God. "The anchor's integrity field is down to 60%, Evelyn reported, her face pale. "At this rate, we have maybe 5 minutes before it breaches the outer shell and the entire fortress starts to glitch out." Jax was about to order a full retreat deeper into the mountain when Aiden spoke. His voice was eerily calm. "Jax, Evelyn, buy me some time." They both turned to look at him. Aiden wasn't looking at the monster on the screen anymore. He was staring at the floor, a terrifyingly focused look in his eyes. "What are you talking about?" Jax demanded. "Time for what?" "Something I've never tried before. Something I wasn't sure was even possible at my current level," Aiden said, walking towards the central conduit that led down to the reality anchor's core chamber. "I'm going to use the anchor's core as an amplifier for my Dinang. I'm going to connect directly to it." Evelyn's blood ran cold. "Aiden, no! The raw data flow, it would be like trying to take a sip of water from a fire hose. It will shred your consciousness into nothing." "It's either that, or we all get shredded by that thing out there," Aiden countered, not stopping. "I need to force a breakthrough. That glitch core we captured. Prepare to channel all of its energy into the primary system on my mark. It's all or nothing." He didn't wait for an answer. He sat down, legs crossed, and placed his palms on the cold metal floor directly above the massive humming core of the fortress. Jack stared at Aiden's back. then at the screen where the Drake was shrugging off another volley of missiles. He cursed, a raw, frustrated sound.
You heard him! Evelyn, get ready to dump that core's power! All units! Concentrate fire on the Drake's head! Don't let it focus on the main entrance! Go!
The battle outside intensified. Jax activated his own denung, his body glowing with a faint light as he stood on the decompiler's hull, absorbing the kinetic energy of stray shrapnel and debris, preparing to unleash it. Evelyn frantically rerouted power, creating temporary, flickering reality shields that shattered moments after they appeared, buying precious seconds. Meanwhile, Aiden closed his eyes and dove in. His consciousness plunged into an ocean of pure information. There were no sights, no sounds, only an infinite, roaring torrent of code. The fortress's operating system, the energy levels of the geothermal plant, the life signs of every person inside, the raw, chaotic data of the glitch core, the stable humming frequency of the reality anchor itself. It all flooded his mind at once. The pain was unimaginable. It felt like his very soul was being sandblasted. His system interface went haywire. 1,000 error messages scrolling past his vision in a blur. Warning, unauthorized system access detected. Warning, user data integrity compromised. Warning, catastrophic failure imminent. Not good enough, Aiden thought, gritting his teeth as spiritual blood seemed to pour from his ears. He focused his will, his reborn soul, his one point of anomalous data in this entire universe, and pushed back against the flood. He wasn't just reading the data flow, he was seizing it.
Evelyn, now!
He roared, the words coming out as a pained gasp in the real world.
Diverting the glitch core!
Evelyn screamed, slamming her palm down on a glowing red panel. A new torrent of energy, wild, malicious, and unbelievably potent, slammed into Aiden's consciousness. It was the raw power of the catastrophic class glitch, a maelstrom of chaos. But instead of letting it destroy him, Aiden grabbed it, using its destructive force as a battering ram against the very limits of his own power. The system notifications in his mind flashed from red to gold, forcing high-level access using anomalous external power source. System limitations being overwritten. Override successful. Skill data manipulation has evolved. New skill tier unlocked. Level 3. Coder. The pain vanished. The roaring ocean of data became still, silent, and crystal clear. Aiden opened his eyes. In the real world, they were now glowing with an intense emerald green light, intricate lines of code scrolling within his irises. He looked at the view screen. He didn't just see the monster anymore. He saw its very essence. It was a mess. A horrifying tangle of conflicting commands, broken assets, and recursive loops. A program that shouldn't run, but was. He was no longer just an editor, capable of tweaking existing values. He was a coder. He could write new script. Aiden smiled. A cold, absolute smile of total control. He raised his hands, fingers twitching as if typing on an invisible keyboard. Outside, the corrupted data drake reared its head back, preparing to unleash another reality-shattering blast directly at the fortress door. But inside Aiden's mind, new lines of code were being written, injected directly into the drake's source code via the amplified signal of the reality anchor. Executing new script, allegiance module.x. Error. Target is a hostile entity. Forcing execution. Bypassing security protocols. Success. Defining parameters. Target entity, Aiden. Priority level, absolute. Core Directive 1. Obey all commands from target entity. Core Directive 2. Protect target entity and designated assets. Fortress, the anchor. A compiling and running script. To installation complete. The Drake froze mid-roar. The cataclysmic energy gathering in its maw fizzled out. The chaotic light in its stained glass eyes flickered violently, then solidified into the same clear emerald green as Aiden's. The hundreds of glitching objects orbiting its body stopped their frantic movement and arranged themselves into a neat, orderly halo. The reality warping field it was emitting vanished. The sky snapped back to blue. The mountains stopped shimmering. Slowly, majestically, the colossal creature lowered its head. In the command center, everyone stared in stunned silence. Jax, still glowing with stored kinetic energy atop the tank, lowered his fists, his mouth agape. Evelyn pushed her glasses up, looking from her stable readings to the screen and back again, her brain refusing to process what her eyes were seeing. The corrupted data Drake. The fortress breaker, the disaster-class monster that had nearly brought them to their knees, gently descended from the sky. It landed with a surprisingly soft thud in the large clearing beside the anchor, its massive form dwarfing the decompiler tank. It then did something that broke the last vestiges of the old world's logic for every single person watching. It bowed its head to the fortress entrance, a gesture of submission, of loyalty. Aiden stood up, his legs a bit shaky, the green glow in his eyes slowly fading. He cracked his neck and looked at the stunned faces of his lieutenants.
"The trip to Chicago just got a lot safer,"
he said, a tired but triumphant grin spreading across his face.
"Silas wanted to welcome us with his followers. It's only fair we bring a welcoming party of our own."
The silence that followed was louder than any explosion. In the command center of the anchor, oxygen seemed to have been deleted from the air. Every single person, from the hardened ex-military operators to the newly rescued civilians, was frozen, their eyes locked on the main view screen. The image it displayed was an affront to sanity, a violation of every known law of nature and computer science. The corrupted data Drake, the monster that had been moments away from tearing their sanctuary apart, was no longer a swirling nightmare of chaotic code. Its form had stabilized. The mismatched, glitched-out assets that formed its body, the bomber wing, the whale skeleton, the skyscraper torso, had been neatly recompiled. They were still what they were, but now they fit together with a terrifying, deliberate geometry. The chaotic static was gone, replaced by a clean, sharp render. The light in its stained glass eyes, once a violent storm, was now a steady, intelligent emerald green, and it was bowing. Its colossal head, a fusion of T-Rex bone and cathedral architecture, was lowered respectfully towards the massive main door of the fortress. "Holy shit," Jax breathed out, the words barely a whisper. The kinetic energy that had been coursing through his body, ready to be unleashed in a final suicidal strike, dissipated into nothing. He felt utterly, completely powerless. Not from fear, but from sheer, mind-breaking awe. This was beyond tactics. This was beyond firepower. This was ascension. Evelyn Reed pushed her glasses up her nose, a reflexive action to try and bring the world back into focus. It didn't work. Her instruments, which minutes ago were screaming with red line warnings of imminent reality failure, were now perfectly stable. The fortress's reality anchor hummed with a smooth, powerful rhythm. The only anomalous reading was the Drake itself, which now registered not as a threat, but as a tethered high-energy asset. "Its data signature," she murmured, her voice trembling. "He didn't just pacify it. He rewrote its core programming. He installed a loyalty protocol on a disaster-class entity. By what mechanism? How?" Her scientific brain, the most brilliant of her generation, hit a blue screen of death. Aiden pushed himself to his feet. Every muscle ached, and his mind felt like it had been run through a defragmentation cycle 1,000 times over, but a current of raw power hummed beneath his skin. The world looked different now, sharper. He could see the faint lines of code that defined the metal floor, the flowing data of the air currents, the complex biological information that was Jax and Evelyn. He walked out of the command center, his steps steady. The heavy blast doors of the anchor hissed open before him, revealing the bright Colorado sky. The Drake lifted its head as he approached. The sheer scale of it was breathtaking. It was a walking mountain of repurposed data. It dwarfed the M1 Abrams tank, the decompiler, making it look like a child's toy. The Drake lowered its head again, the tip of its T-Rex snout coming to a gentle rest on the ground just a few feet from Aiden's boots. An invitation. Without hesitation, Aiden stepped onto its snout. As if sensing his intent, the creature raised its head, lifting him smoothly and effortlessly into the air. He walked up the bridge of its nose, past the glowing stained glass eyes, and came to a stop on the flat plateau of its skull, right between its massive crystalline horns. From this vantage point, he could see everything. His fortress, the anchor, a bastion of order and technology carved into the mountain, the convoy of military vehicles, and the powerful rune-inscribed cannon of the decompiler. His people, emerging from the entrance, their faces a mixture of fear, disbelief, and a new burgeoning worship. He was no longer just their commander. He was their god. A new god for a new, broken world. Turning his back on the stunned crowd, he looked out towards the broken plains. He had work to do. A little later, back in the quiet of the command center, the mood had shifted from panicked shock to tense curiosity. Jack stood with his arms crossed, his default stoic expression failing to hide the questions burning in his eyes. Evelyn was pacing, unable to stay still, her mind racing with a million new theories. Aiden sat at the main console, a bottle of cold water in his hand. The system interface, visible only to him, was pristine. Skill tier unlocked. Level 3. Coder. You are no longer a mere editor of existing data. You can now write new, simple scripts to influence reality. New abilities unlocked. Basic object creation. Compile ambient junk data into simple, non-complex physical objects. Logic trap implementation. Write simple if-then scripts tied to specific locations or triggers. Data stream weaving. More refined control over manipulating existing data flows. Explain, Jack said finally. The single word carried the weight of everything they had just witnessed. I leveled up, Aiden said simply, taking a long drink of water. The glitch core you captured, Evelyn? It was like a massive shot of adrenaline and raw data. I used its chaotic energy to blast through the system limitations that were holding me back. I went from being an editor to a coder. A coder? Evelyn stopped pacing. You mean, like a programmer? You're writing code for reality? Exactly. Aiden stood up.
The universe is a simulation, right? Project Eden. Everything in it is code. Before, I could only edit the values. Change the durability value of a wall from 100 to 1. Change the status of a wound from broken to healed. It was powerful, but limited. Now. He held out his empty hand, palm up. Our world is now filled with what the system considers junk data. Deleted files, corrupted assets, residual information. It's like dust in the air, invisible to most. He focused. In his vision, he could see the shimmering motes of this data floating in the command center. He reached out with his Dinung, his will becoming a command. Execute, create, object, XE. Template, dagger. Material, ambient, all data. Pool, compile. The air in front of his palm began to shimmer. Tiny motes of light, like digital fireflies, swirled together. They compressed, solidified, and took shape. Within seconds, a wicked-looking combat knife, black as night with a razor-sharp edge, lay in his hand. It felt cold, solid, and lethally real. He tossed it to Jax. The Kiyu Daknim seal caught it out of instinct. His eyes went wide. He tested the edge with his thumb, drawing a small bead of blood. He tapped the pommel. It was solid steel. There was nothing ghostly or temporary about it. He had just watched this man conjure a military-grade weapon out of thin air. Jesus Christ, Jax muttered, looking from the knife to Aiden. The applications for this. We could arm an entire army. It's a start, Aiden said, a hint of a smile on his face. But it's just a simple object. The real game changer is this. He pointed to an empty spot on the reinforced floor. I can now write simple scripts, logic traps. Watch. Again, his fingers twitched as if typing on an unseen keyboard. He was inputting a command directly into the fabric of that specific spot on the floor. Script gravityspike.x. Trigger. Any entity designated hostile by user enters 1 meter radius. Action. Modify local gravity constant to 10G for 5 seconds. Status, armed. It's done, Aiden announced. The floor looks the same, feels the same. But if one of Silas's goons were to step right there, he pointed, they'd suddenly find themselves weighing 10 times their normal body weight. Their bones would snap like twigs. Their organs would rupture. A perfect, invisible, reusable trap. Jax's military mind exploded with possibilities, minefields with no mines, choke points that could crush a tank, defenses that were completely undetectable until it was too late. He looked at Aiden with a new level of respect that bordered on fear. This wasn't just a powerful Dinung anymore. This was the power of a god of war. This changes everything, Evelyn said, her voice filled with a feverish excitement that replaced her earlier confusion. Creation from nothing. Logic-based causality manipulation. You've transcended physics, Aiden. But what are its limits? Can you create complex things? A gun? A computer? That's the million-dollar question, Aiden admitted, his expression turning serious. Creating that dagger was like building a hut out of mud and sticks. The ambient junk data is low-quality material. To create something complex, like a gun, I'd need to write the code for every single moving part, every spring, every gear, and have the right high-quality materials to build it from. Mud and sticks won't cut it. I need blueprints and I need raw, pure, high-density data. The kind of stuff that acts as the foundational building blocks of the simulation.
He looked towards the holographic map, his eyes zeroing in on the festering red wound that was Chicago.
I need tin the du liu tho. Raw data crystals,
he stated.
That's what Silas is guarding in that chasm. He thinks they're just a power source to fuel his insane rituals. He's wrong. They're not just fuel. They are the primordial clay of creation. With those, I won't just be able to create daggers. I could create anything I have the blueprint for. I could upgrade the anchor. I could build new decompiler tanks from scratch. I could even... He paused. Begin to write code that could permanently repair a small section of the world.
The room fell silent once more. The mission to Chicago had just been reframed again. It wasn't about revenge. It wasn't about survival. It was about evolution. It was about seizing the developer tools of the universe. To drive the point home, Aiden performed one last demonstration. He walked over to a piece of rubble from the earlier attack, a chunk of rock the size of a loaf of bread. He placed his hand on it. Target, Object Rock 07B, execute. Edit data structure. New template, food bread loaf. Compile. The gray, rough texture of the rock softened. It turned a golden brown. The very molecular structure rearranged itself, and a wave of heat washed over it. When he lifted his hand, a perfectly baked, steaming hot loaf of bread sat where the rock had been. The smell of fresh bread filled the high-tech command center, a scent so warm and normal it was utterly surreal. Then, before they could fully process it, he placed his hand on the bread. Target, food bread loaf. Execute. Edit. Data. Structure. New template. Weapon dagger. Compile. The soft loaf instantly hardened, shrank, and sharpened. The golden brown crust became gleaming black steel. In a blink, the symbol of warmth and sustenance became another deadly weapon, identical to the one Jax was still holding. Rock to bread to a knife, Evelyn whispered, her knees feeling weak. Transmutation. Not just creating, but rewriting the identity of an object. The energy cost must be high, Aiden finished for her.
But manageable. But this is the limit with my current power and the low-grade data around here. To go further, to become a true Kien Truxu, an architect of reality. I need those crystals.
He walked to the window, looking out at the massive draconic form that now stood guard over his fortress. Its emerald eyes met his, a silent understanding passing between master and servant.
Jax,
Aiden said, his voice ringing with absolute authority.
Give our new pet a designation. Ouroboros. It'll be our primary air support and transport. Have your teams prep for deployment. We're not sneaking into Chicago anymore.
His lips curled into a cold, predatory smile.
We're going to knock on Silas's front door, and Ouroboros is going to be the one doing the knocking.
The 48 hours following the taming of the Drake were a blur of focused, relentless activity. The anchor, already a marvel of engineering and foresight, transformed into a full-fledged military staging ground. The mood inside the fortress had undergone a fundamental phase shift. Fear had been replaced by a fanatical, zealous energy. The survivors no longer saw Aiden as a brilliant, prepared leader. They saw him as a prophet, a savior whose power defied the very broken laws of their new reality. Now, that preparation was complete. The 10-meter-thick main gate of the anchor, a monument of alloy and hydraulics, slid open with a deep, resonant hiss. It revealed the stark, glitched-out landscape of the Colorado Rockies under a piercingly blue sky. A cool wind swept into the cavernous bay, carrying the scent of pine and ozone. Lined up before the gate was the physical manifestation of Aiden's will, the first expeditionary force. At the head was the decompiler, the M1 Abrams tank whose main cannon had been painstakingly inscribed with logic runes, turning it into a weapon that fired pure delete commands. Flanking it were 6 heavily modified Humvees, their armor plating thickened and their turrets mounting M2 Browning heavy machine guns. Behind them, massive military transport trucks were laden with supplies, ammunition, and mobile fabrication units. Beside each vehicle stood its crew, 20 of the most promising survivors. Men and women who had awakened in the chaotic first days had been handpicked by Jax. They weren't just soldiers, they were fledgling superhumans. One woman could briefly harden her skin to the consistency of diamond. A young man could teleport small objects short distances, making him the perfect combat logistician. Each had been drilled relentlessly by Jax, their raw, chaotic abilities honed into sharp tactical instruments. Their eyes, as they looked towards the gate, held no fear, only a burning, absolute conviction. Standing before them all, near the threshold of the open gate, were the 3 pillars of this new world order. Jax Riley, a mountain of black tactical gear, his face an unreadable mask of stone. Dr. Evelyn Reed, who had traded her lab coat for a durable, dark blue jumpsuit filled with pockets for her custom-built sensors and a hardened tablet strapped to her wrist. Her usual academic curiosity was now sharpened with a field scientist's intensity. And then there was Aiden. He wore no heavy armor, just a simple, dark gray combat uniform that fit him perfectly. He stood with his hands in his pockets, projecting an aura of such calm, absolute control that it was more intimidating than any weapon. The real show of force, however, was not on the ground. Looming behind them, its shadow blanketing the entire convoy, was Ouroboros. The Data Drake was no longer a glitched monstrosity. It was a masterpiece of rewritten code. Its form, a fusion of a T-Rex, a cathedral, and a bomber, was terrifyingly perfect. Its crystalline horns glinted in the sunlight, and its stained glass eyes glowed with a steady, intelligent emerald light. It lay in a patient crouch, its massive head resting on the ground, the very air around it stable and clean, a testament to the power of its new master. Hundreds of the Anchor's residents had gathered in the hangar bay to watch them leave. They didn't cheer or shout. They stood in reverent silence, their faces filled with a mixture of awe, hope, and worship. They were witnessing the departure of their king and his court, marching out to reclaim the world. "All units, report!" Jax's voice, amplified by his comms, was a hard, clipped bark. One by one, the call signs came in. "Alpha, ready. Bravo, ready. Decompiler, systems green." Jax gave Aiden a sharp nod. "We're ready to move on your command." Aiden's eyes scanned the convoy, then the faces of his people. He gave a slight, almost imperceptible nod. He then turned to Evelyn. "You got the coordinates from that cultist we captured?" Evelyn tapped her wrist-mounted tablet. A holographic map shimmered into existence between them, showing a location several hundred kilometers to the east. "Got it. A small fortified outpost. He called it the First Filter, a place where they process new recruits and weed out the weak. Based on his memories, it's a converted industrial park. Steel walls, watchtowers. Primitive, but tough." "Good." Aiden's lips curled into a smirk. "Before we leave, let's send Silas a message. A little preview of what's coming. He held up his hand, fingers twitching as if typing on an invisible keyboard in the air. Only he could see the developer's interface that overlaid his vision. Jax and Evelyn watched, fascinated. They had seen him create a knife from thin air, transmute rock to bread. This was something new. Aiden's focus was absolute. He wasn't just manipulating data in front of him. He was reaching out, tapping into the chaotic, broken network of what used to be the internet. It was now a raging river of corrupted information, stray signals, and screaming data ghosts. To him, it was a highway. He found a weak, intermittent signal originating from the outpost's general location, probably their comms system trying to connect to their master in Chicago. It was all the opening he needed. He began to write. Script creation, logic bomb, X. Targeting, upload via weak data stream to coordinates, 40.7128-EN, 104.60W. Payload, invert physical properties. Parameters, radius, 500 meters, affected class as so all non-organic structures. Logic, if data states are solid, data states are liquid. If data ka liquid, data date equals solid. Timer. Activate in 60 minutes. Confirm and send? Why? What are you doing? Evelyn whispered, her eyes wide as she saw the faint glow of the holographic interface reflected in Aiden's pupils. I'm mailing them a bomb, Aiden said, a cold glint in his eyes. He pressed his thumb and forefinger together, a gesture for enter. Not a physical bomb. A logical one. In 1 hour, every solid, non-living thing in that outpost is going to melt. Every wall, every gun, every vehicle, and every drop of liquid, like their water or fuel reserves, is going to turn into a solid block. A little gift to let Silas Kane know we're coming, and that there's nowhere to hide. Jax's jaw tightened. From here, you can attack a target hundreds of miles away just by typing? The concept was so far beyond conventional warfare, it was absurd. It was the weapon of a god. The world is a computer, Jax. I'm just learning to be a hacker, Aiden replied simply. He turned and walked towards Ouroboros, which lowered its head further in greeting. Let's go. We have a schedule to keep. Without another word, he stepped onto the creature's massive snout and walked up its skull to his now familiar spot between the horns. Evelyn and Jax followed, their boots making soft thuds on the strangely solid data construct. Aiden gave a mental command. With a surge of silent power, Ouroboros rose. It pushed off the ground, its massive wings catching the air not with aerodynamics, but by rewriting the rules of gravity around them. It ascended smoothly, powerfully, climbing into the sky. Below them, the convoy roared to life, engines rumbling as they began their slow, steady procession out of the safety of the anchor. From their vantage point, the world was a broken canvas. They flew over plains where the ground would suddenly pixelate into a mess of static before resolving again. They saw herds of blinkhounds, half dog, half glitch, flickering in and out of existence. In the distance, a weeping spire, once a skyscraper, stood bent at an impossible angle, crying rivers of molten data down its sides. It was a world of nightmares. But on the back of Ouroboros, there was only calm. The creature generated a subtle field of reality-stabilizing energy, a bubble of order in the sea of chaos. For an hour, they flew in silence. the convoy a line of determined ants crawling across the ruined earth below. Aiden kept an eye on the simple countdown timer in the corner of his vision. See you, Jaws. Use you, Jaws. New notification flashed in brilliant, satisfying green. Logic bomb activated. Payload delivered. Targeting parameters met. Cascading data failure detected at target coordinates. XP. Granted 500. Reputation with faction. The unraveling has decreased to hostile. Level 3. Kill on sight. Aiden let out a slow breath, a cruel smile playing on his lips. It's done, he announced. Evelyn immediately looked at her tablet, which was slaved to a long-range satellite sensor. She zoomed in on the coordinates of the outpost. The image was grainy, but the effect was unmistakable. My God, she breathed. The outpost, a formidable compound of steel and concrete just moments before, had collapsed into a puddle. The thick perimeter walls had melted, flowing like water across the ground in a shimmering metallic tide. The watchtowers had drooped and pooled at their bases like candles left in the sun. Inside the compound, vehicles had turned into shapeless blobs of slag. Worse, the logic had inverted. Where there had been a large water tower, there was now a solid, jagged cylinder of ice that was once water, which had crashed through the newly liquefied buildings below. The fuel depot was a series of solid black blocks. The cultists, the living, organic beings, were untouched by the script, but they were now trapped in a swamp of their own melted fortress. Some were screaming, thrashing in the molten steel. Others had been crushed by the suddenly solidified liquids. It was pure, unadulterated chaos, delivered with the quiet, clinical precision of a single line of code. Jesus Christ, Jax muttered, watching the satellite feed over Evelyn's shoulder. His mind, trained for ambushes, explosives, and flanking maneuvers, couldn't fully grasp the scale of what he was seeing. This wasn't a battle. It was pest control. They never knew what hit them. That was the point, Aiden said, his voice cold as the void. He looked ahead, his gaze fixed on the eastern horizon in the direction of the festering wound known as the Chicago Exclusion Zone. The real prize. That was just the knock on the door, Silas, he whispered to the wind, knowing somehow, in the interconnected web of the broken world, the message would be received. I'm coming to burn your whole fucking house down, and I'm going to use the ashes to build a new world. Ouroboros let out a low, rumbling growl that was not a sound, but a vibration in reality itself. It banked, a god machine carrying its master towards his destiny, leaving a warning written in melted steel and shattered physics hundreds of miles behind them. The hunt had begun. The journey east was a relentless parade of impossibility. For 3 days, the first expeditionary force carved a path through a world that was actively trying to unexist. They navigated through a forest where the trees were made of static and whispered forgotten dial-up tones. They drove across a stretch of highway where gravity inverted every 10 minutes, forcing the heavily magnetized trucks to clamp onto the asphalt to keep from floating away. Above it all, Ouroboros flew like a king surveying a broken kingdom. From his perch between the creature's crystalline horns, Aiden had a god's eye view of the chaos. The Data Drake's presence was a constant miracle, a mobile anchor of stability. Its wings didn't beat. They simply told the air and the space around them to get out of the way. Within a 50-meter bubble around the creature, reality was crisp, sane, and obedient. For Aiden, Evelyn, and Jax, it was a first-class ticket through hell. For the convoy below, it was a different story.
"Decompiler to Ouroboros Actual,"
the voice of the tank commander crackled through their comms.
"We've got a P-swarm ahead. Pixel swarm. Looks like a dust storm, but the scanners say it's unrendered terrain data. Shit's corrosive."
Jax keyed his comms immediately.
"All units, activate hard light projectors, full power, form a wedge behind the decompiler. Punch through it."
Down. Below, the convoy responded with practiced efficiency. High-intensity projectors on the front of the vehicles blazed to life, casting solid-looking shields of pure yellow light. The M1 Abrams tank, the decompiler, led the charge, its reality-stabilizing cannon humming with latent power. It plowed into the swirling cloud of gray and black pixels, which hissed and spat like acid against the light shields. It was like driving through a storm of television static that could sandblast steel. Aiden watched, impressed but unsurprised. He had designed the protocols, but Jax had drilled them into the soldiers until they were instinct. They were no longer just survivors. They were a machine. "That's the 5th major environmental hazard today," Evelyn noted, her eyes glued to the data streaming onto her wrist tablet. She looked pale, but her expression was one of feverish excitement rather than fear. "The frequency of high-level glitches is increasing exponentially as we approach the zone. It's like the system's error correction is failing completely here."
"That's what Silas wants,"
Aiden said, his gaze fixed on the horizon.
"He's not just using the chaos. He's nurturing it. He thinks of it as holy ground." "Then we're about to desecrate his church,"
Jax grunted, his hand resting on the grip of the massive, rune-etched rifle strapped to his back. They pushed on. After another hour of driving through the pixelated storm, they emerged on a high ridge. And there, spread before them, it lay. Chicago. Or what was left of it. The word city was an insult to the abomination that filled their vision. The sky above Chicago wasn't blue. It was a swirling, spiraling vortex of purple, green, and black code, like a galaxy of pure information collapsing in on itself. Gigantic error messages in a language no human had ever seen flickered across the unnatural clouds. The skyscrapers that still stood defied every law of physics. The Willis Tower was bent into a perfect 90-degree angle, its top half running parallel to the ground for miles before simply fading into a haze of static. The John Hancock Center was upside down, its iconic twin antennas buried deep in the earth, its foundation pointing accusingly at the violent sky. Other buildings floated in midair, spinning slowly, chunks of their structure de-resing and re-resing in a constant nauseating flicker. Rivers of what looked like molten light flowed from their windows, carving glowing canyons into the ground below, and in the very center of it all, where downtown should have been, was the glitch chasm. It wasn't a hole. It was a wound in reality. A perfect sphere of absolute blackness that didn't reflect light, but consumed it. It was a void that pulled at the edges of the world, sucking in buildings, streets, and the very air itself in slow, inexorable streams of distorted data. It was the epicenter of the catastrophe, the source of the infection. The convoy ground to a halt behind them. On the comms, there was only stunned silence. Even the hardened awakened, who had seen men turn inside out and dogs that teleported, were speechless before this monument to a broken universe. "Holy Mother of God!" Jax breathed, his usual stoicism finally cracking. He was a soldier. He understood battlefields. This wasn't a battlefield. This was a crime scene against existence itself. How do you even begin to fight in that? Evelyn, however, was staring with an intensity that bordered on madness. Her eyes, magnified by her glasses, darted back and forth, not seeing the destruction, but something else. Something underneath it. Her Dinang, reality weaver, was showing her the source code. "It's beautiful," she whispered, so quietly Aiden almost didn't hear her. He's not just letting it be chaotic. He's directing it. The flow of corrupted data. The spatial distortions. They're not random. They're a defense grid. A fortress made of broken physics. Her fingers danced over her tablet. The space-time here isn't a fabric anymore. It's a tangled, knotted mess of yarn. Any conventional approach is suicide. You'd get twisted, erased, or thrown into a pocket dimension made of screaming agony.
"So we go back?"
Jax asked, his voice flat. "No." Evelyn's face broke into a fierce, predatory grin. It was a look Aiden had come to recognize. It was the look of a genius who had just found the world's most fascinating, deadly puzzle. Because even in a tangled mess, there are still threads. He can't control everything. I can see them. Faint, stable pathways through the madness. Shortcuts. He built walls out of chaos, but he forgot to lock the back door. As she spoke, a notification exploded in Aiden's vision, so massive and overwhelming it made him flinch.
"Warning. You have entered the Chicago exclusion zone. Reality Stability Index, 4%. Catastrophic data corruption imminent. Hostile entities detected, 10,000 plus. Level 4, disaster class glitches detected, 12. Level 5, apocalypse, class signature detected, 1. His internal map, once a sparse scattering of red dots, was now a sea of crimson. Thousands upon thousands of them, swarming through the broken city. But his eyes were drawn to the very center of the glitch chasm. There, a single marker blazed with the light of a dying star. It wasn't red. It was gold. Target of interest, Silas Kane. The Glitch Ascendant. Class, unknown. Admin level threat. Aiden let out a breath he didn't realize he'd been holding. In his past life, he had come here alone. A desperate coder, trying to find a way to stop the apocalypse. He had been ambushed, his power insufficient, his body torn apart by Silas's corrupted minions before he even got within 5 miles of the chasm. He remembered the feeling of failure, the cold terror of being erased. This time, there was no terror. There was only a cold, burning rage and the exhilarating thrill of ultimate power. This time, he wasn't here to survive. He was here to conquer. As if on cue, the world changed. From the center of the glitch chasm, a wave of energy expanded. It didn't make a sound. It simply rewrote the sky. The swirling purple vortex stilled, and the image of a man began to form, stretching until it was thousands of feet tall, his head wreathed in the glitch clouds. It was Silas Kane. He looked exactly as Aiden remembered, perfect, inhuman features, a condescending smirk, and eyes that shifted in color like oil on water. He was wearing his immaculate white suit, which remained pristine even as a hologram the size of a mountain. His amplified voice rolled across the landscape, not as sound, but as a direct thought injected into every mind for 100 miles. "Aiden, I have been waiting for you, you anomaly."
The giant Silas looked down, his gaze not directed at the convoy, but locking directly onto Aiden, perched on Ouroboros's head.
"I felt your little message,"
the voice continued, dripping with amused contempt.
"A logic bomb. How clever. A parlor trick.
You cling to the old world, trying to patch its broken code to stabilize it. You are a janitor, trying to mop up the ocean. The colossal face leaned closer, a gesture that made the very air crackle. Look around you. This is not a mistake. This is transcendence. The universe is shedding its flawed physical skin to reveal its true divine form, a being of pure data. And you, with your pathetic little fortress and your toy soldiers, you seek to halt evolution itself? You are not a savior. You are a blasphemer. Jax raised his rifle instinctively. What the hell is he? He's broadcasting, Evelyn said, her knuckles white as she gripped her tablet. He's hijacked the entire zone's data flow to project himself. The processing power required is astronomical. Silas's gaze remained fixed on Aiden. I have prepared a welcome for you. This city is my temple, and my congregation is eager to meet you. Come, Aiden, step onto the altar. Show me if your heresy has any substance, or be unmade, like you were always meant to be. The hologram flickered, and then dissolved, leaving the violent sky as it was before. The gauntlet had been thrown. The trap was openly declared. Silas wasn't just confident. He was arrogant, certain in his victory. He believed Aiden was walking into the same ambush that had killed him in his previous life. Aiden remained silent for a long moment, letting the weight of the declaration settle. He saw the doubt in the eyes of the convoy crew below, the tension in Jax's shoulders, the worried frown on Evelyn's face. Then, a slow, cold smile spread across his lips. He raised his hand to his comms, activating the broadcast channel to his entire force. His voice was calm, clear, and filled with an unshakable certainty that cut through the fear like a razor.
You all heard the man, he said. He's laid a trap. He thinks we're walking into his kill box, just like every other poor soul who's tried to take him on. He paused, letting the statement hang in the air. He's not wrong. It is a trap. Aiden's smile widened into a grin that was all teeth. What that asshole doesn't know is that in my last life, I was the one who died in it. I know every single piece of shit monster he's going to throw at us. I know every dead end, every spatial anomaly he's weaponized. He's playing poker, thinking he has a royal flush, while I'm staring at the 5 aces I tucked up my own sleeve. A spark of understanding, then fierce loyalty, ignited in the faces of his people. He called this a church? Aiden's voice dropped to a low, dangerous whisper that carried across the comms. Good, because we're about to perform an exorcism. He looked to his left, at the grim-faced super soldier. Jax, you have your orders. Advance teams first. Soften them up. The decompiler has 1 target and 1 target only. Anything bigger than a house. Annihilate it. Copy that, Jax barked, his doubt replaced by savage resolve. He looked to his right, at the brilliant scientist. Evelyn, I need a path. A direct line to that chasm. Give my ground pounders a tunnel through this hurricane of bullshit. Evelyn nodded, her eyes blazing with focus. Already on it. It'll be bumpy, but I'll get them there. Finally, Aiden patted the massive, crystalline skull beneath him. He didn't need to speak. He sent the command as a pure thought, a surge of will and intent. The Chicago Gamble, he thought. The name of his greatest failure now becoming the name of his ultimate revenge. Last time, I was a player. This time, I'm the whole damn casino. Ouroboros responded. It wasn't a roar of sound. It was a roar of reality. A deep, fundamental vibration that shook the very source code of the world.
The glitched-out sky flickered. The floating buildings trembled. The Data Drake's emerald eyes ignited with the light of 1,000 suns. Then it dove. Like a meteor of judgment, the god machine plummeted from the ridge, a streak of black and green against the chaotic sky, heading straight for the heart of the broken city. Below, the convoy's engines roared to life in a deafening chorus. The decompiler's main cannon began to glow, and the Humvees charged forward, their heavy machine guns spitting streams of armor-piercing, data-deleting rounds into the first wave of malformed horrors that crawled from the ruins. The battle for Chicago had begun.